And yes, it's episode 50 of the RedLeafRetrocast Wrestling Edition. I'm your host, JD. I'm here to bring you all of the latest wrestling matches, events, wrestling from around the world every 2 weeks. I got a nice, warm, hot black tea I am drinking. It is wonderful. Can't wait to bring you guys this episode on this very lovely day. This is episode 50. We've reached a milestone. Very happy I've kept this up this long. Mostly by myself. At least for quite a while. Occasionally have a guest. Just like today. Yes. My mom will return for the weekly wrestling recap of AEW. Being that it's the end of the month, we have not watched the next wrestling promotion. That would be in the next episode, so look forward to that. I will later be joined with Jay from the Modern Gaming Edition and his own podcast, Smack It Down. He will be joining for some WXW, talking Back to the Roots pay-per-view. He will also join me for the Joshi War of Stardom and Ice Ribbon, the latest there. Look forward to that. It is January 30th upon recording, the end of the month. So hopefully I can keep up this kind of twice a month thing, 15th and the end of the month little deal here. A little rundown of what we're going to be doing. I got recommended matches from outside promotions to go over. What's happened the last couple weeks. That will be followed by the USA versus Europe War, AEW versus WXW. Then we got the Independent War, that is Limitless versus Beyond, over here in the New England area where I live. 2 live shows I went to, going over which one won in that war. That is followed by the Joshi War, already mentioned, and then the Puroresu War of New Japan versus Dragon Gate. And then once the wars are over, that will finish out with the retro wrestling part of the podcast. Yes, these episodes have been going a little bit longer, but I record them in chunks now. So you'll hear various audio changes throughout when various guests come. The retro section is continuing on with the All Japan Women Classics from Samurai TV, New Japan through the 90s, and, of course, finishing out with WCW Nitro as we are approaching the end of 1998 and roll into the awful year of 1999, which is about the time I stopped watching on a regular, so my memory is completely gone of the 99 era. Probably stopped watching in 98 around this time, too. Or at least I was fuddling about between Thunder and Nitro. But anyways, I would also like to shout out, besides Jay from the SmackDown podcast, JPQ, Mr. Big Paws on a Pup, his little Stardom cast he's got going on over there. He was joined recently by Queen. They did a more or less Rumble recap with some fashion. So go check out his podcast over there. Of course, description in the or everything you need to know is, via Twitter. Description in the podcast episode. Everything's there. So, now that the intro's gone and going and the Dynamite intro is played, I can move on with what we're going to be going for the episode here. Let's start out with some Impact Wrestling. And you know what? Since I haven't played a Impact drop in forever, why not now? All right. The culmination of a story I have been following for, I guess, over a year is the Tessa Blanchard reaching the top of the mountain. Now, I was very critical over their last big pay-per-view with the ladder match in which Tessa Blanchard failed to win the X Division title. Well, here she has finally found her way back up since Sami Callihan has gotten the Impact title. Opinion there was made. But now we find ourselves in the, I guess, fourth encounter between the two. They had a good match at Slammiversary last year. Here we are at the hard-to-kill pay-per-view. Tessa Blanchard taking on Sami Callihan for the Impact title. Callihan was the most detestable heel one could possibly be in this match. Real easy to boo this man, and Blanchard is the hottest wrestler in the promotion right now, so where she stands from an intergender standpoint is rightfully so. She is the hottest wrestler. She is one of the best wrestlers the promotion has to offer. So I was very vocal, I believe in January of 2019, that my big push would be, maybe it was even January 2018, of if Impact wants to stand out, be doing something of a non-indie promotion, of what they need to do to stand out. This is definitely the idea I had, and I gotta say, this match did not disappoint. This whole story is basically the sole reason I remotely even pay attention to Impact these days, since, I guess, May last year, if you want to put a date on it. Match was very solid. So, removing the mean girl hour of Blanchard's past that's been going on, that I guess is officially blown over now at this point. An apparent present personal situation going on. She still got a decent crowd reaction. Hard to tell if it's just Impact or the state of her making the news, but anyways, probably a combo of both. Match started off kind of mirroring their previous big Slammiversary encounter with the quick combo finisher exchanges, but this time, instead of kickouts, after the third Blanchard tope, in which she got crushed at Slammiversary, she reversed getting caught into a Hurricane Rana as opposed to getting thrown into the railing. So great start here. Callihan did everything he possibly could to not get Blanchard booed in this case, so kudos to Sami Callihan. Threw a drink in the face, blowing his nose on her, just list goes on. After building to the finishers and them getting kicked out of, Blanchard wins via 2 Canadian destroyers with the second off the top rope. Follows through with the Hammerlock DDT to win, so she wins with her move. I liked the finish. I liked her winning off the DDT. I still wish the build included Blanchard winning the X Division title first, then maybe putting someone over that way, and then moving on. That way Callihan's reign lasted longer than it did for an even larger effect. But it certainly was a year ago, a year in the making here. This is a good direction Impact is heading, I believe, because it would make them stand out. They followed through with this storyline, so good on them. They definitely were not cowards in this case. They put the title on the hot person. They didn't wait like the previous 3 fucking times to put someone on. Where this goes from here remains to be seen. I would have said Taya versus Tessa, like a women's title versus Tessa's title here, title versus title match to elevate the women's title. Because with Tessa Blanchard now winning the men's title, what that has done is immediately kind of lowers the importance of the women's title. Putting Taya Valkyrie as a deserving contender, having been the one to take the title off Tessa Blanchard in the first place when that feud was happening, you could then build up to a Callihan title rematch, which I am totally for. So you got a good in-between feud there. Maybe have Callihan do something in between as he's still in his promo saying he wants his title rematch. Maybe have some backstage vignette. But apparently at the Mexico tapings of Impact, Taya Valkyrie lost the title to Jordynne Grace, or whatever. Didn't even really confirm that. But if that's the case, it ruins my idea completely. You can still do Taya versus Tessa for the main title. You could still do that, but I think it would be a much better, from a promotional standpoint, to do the title versus title. I think it would just make more sense. So, good on you, Tessa Blanchard. You got it. I personally do not give 2 shits about wrestlers' personal lives, really. So, figure that shit out on your own. That will move on as I make my little timestamp here. That's very important. I'm sure a lot of people wanted to hear about that, because this is the match recommended section. So now I'll move on to Just Tap Out, Taka Michinoku's promotion. They had an event on January 14th, which you can watch these on Nico Pro Television. You can just Google how to sign up for it. It's a pain-in-the-ass site. But anyways, did watch this show, and the match in particular I want to talk about was the featured Utami Hayashishita versus Maika match for the Future of Stardom title. A match where both competitors used their heavy judo backgrounds. At times they even mirrored each other's movements. It was quite something to see a match of almost established beginning movesets, right? Big difference here was Utami not only looked stronger and bigger, her moves just had more impact, more oomph, and she was just the bigger star. So while Maika was good, she just lacked that particular fire and strength to win. She did have some good shoulder, left arm limb work, especially at the first half of the match. The big downside I saw was a complete lack of charisma. So I believe in time that she will get on that. She looks like a very good top talent. So then after Utami wins out the big spinning STO Power Slam, which is real cool, post-match Julia from Stardom now comes out, offers Maika to join up with her, likely being one of the two tag partners she needs to take on Hana Kimura and Tokyo Cyber Squad. I like this. It was a fun match. Alrighty. So that was a nice little quick recap there. Just Tap Out is just a little upstart promotion to maybe you want to check out if you got some time on your hands. Do I play a drop? I'll play a drop. I'll play a fucking drop. Where's here it is. Yeah, that's the Becky Lynch drop. It's been ages since I have played such a thing. Yes, it is time to talk WWE for the first time in, well, I guess technically I already did with the UK takeover. But anyways, this is the main roster. This is the WWE Royal Rumble. It was recommended to me by a number of people to check out as the match was happening, so I was able to just kind of backtrack it on the live stream from the questionable source that I got. Asuka versus Becky Lynch for the Raw Women's title. In short, very solid wrestling with Asuka keeping up the pace. I mean, this was Asuka's match. This flowed much better than their match last year. I very much enjoyed their match last year. This was even better. Some decent limb work, especially on the arm. Asuka going for many kick opportunities throughout, including a brutal-looking punt-type kick, which the ref teased of a knockout loss, which I quite like that. That was a good little puncture on the match storytelling. Lynch ends up begging the ref off, fights back, fights off some submissions from Asuka, avoids the miss spot by booting Asuka just at the right time. So Asuka throws the mist in the air. The residual just drools all over her face, blinding her. That leads Becky to transition into an armbar victory. I like this. So thank you for the match recommendation. Bunch of podcast fans there. The downside was nobody in the stands gave a shit. It was a dead crowd, and I attribute that because they basically buried Asuka, losing to like Natalya on a random episode of Raw, trying to build her up with just promos of Becky being sad and questioning, oh, is this the right move? Like, ugh, just an awful, awful build. Basically making, and all throughout, basically making the tag champions themselves just not look important. Yeah, it's no wonder the fans didn't care. I don't blame them. But then we got to go over the Royal Rumble matches themselves. Both men and women. There was only one person from NXT. There's this wrestling war going on, and NXT was basically made to look like filler, right? They just fill up the ring and get tossed out, with one exception from both the men and the women. And that would be Bianca Belair, of all people. And before I get into her strong showing, both Rumbles had the exact, well, not the exact same story, but it was the exact same format. The formula for both the men and the women was exactly the same in that sense. You had one person from spot 1 to 15 be strong, and at 15, that midway point, then someone would come in, and shortly thereafter, that person who looked strong in the first half would be then tossed out by the winner of the match. So Bianca Belair starts out with Alexa Bliss, of all people, whom hasn't been booked strong in any way. She's just off to the wayside, Nikki Cross thing going on. So Belair is working hard. She's getting put over because she's big and strong. And she lasts a pretty cool spot with her hair and like pulling the tiny Bliss through her to the post and out on the outside, and she's exhausted, right? And then cue Charlotte's music. There was a point where Tamina showed up, and like no one cared. It was quite funny, actually. When Charlotte shows up, this match just goes big thumbs down. She tosses out Belair. Then the ring just fills up. Just random filler things going on. It was quite boring, actually. Just no real pop to it. And then number 30 hits. Shayna Baszler comes out. She throws out like 8 people and then just looks fucking stupid. Charlotte does the skin the cat twice, and then Baszler just falls out. Like, what is going on here? It just did nothing for me. The whole idea of the Royal Rumble is supposed to get someone new over, right? And you're supposed to have a story of this new person going... Hello, kitty cat. Get out of here. Of this new person going to be elevated to the next level, right? Shayna Baszler's coming off that Survivor Series win of winning the 3-way title, right? Who's the best champion, right? And she has just lost the title, so I would say she needs all this... If she's gonna, like, move up, right? She needs all the credibility in the world, because she didn't finish off Becky Lynch. She finished off Bayley, right? The other champion. So, if we're going to get any sort of... Unless we're getting Baszler-Bayley at WrestleMania or whatever, Baszler should have won the Royal Rumble, without question. But instead, we get Charlotte, whom in the rumors say she's going to challenge Rhea Ripley for the NXT title, which I would argue that I agree with the idea to elevate the NXT title to a higher pedestal. That's a great idea. Charlotte didn't need to win the Rumble to justify that. She's won the title before. She's won the other titles before. She's a multi-time champion. She can just show up on NXT and go, I want that, right? Or the fact that, let's say, Belair wins the NXT title after this strong showing. She has her Rhea Ripley moment, and let's say Belair wins, right? At Portland. Charlotte can more than welcome, with her being thrown out, tell a longer story. I want that title. Then on the flip side, you have Baszler. It's like so simple. So the match structure and storytelling I think here was totally off. It left a sour taste in everyone's mouth. It was not the right decision by any means. Nobody benefited from it in the long run. It made Baszler look foolish. And Belair already has a shot. So, in reality, you could have used this to elevate someone else and not even had Belair in the match in general. You could have built someone else up on the main roster. So, very much bad. And then on the men's side, you had Brock fucking Lesnar making half the roster look like fucking geeks, which, let's be honest, they are. So, I guess I chuckled at that notion. And then he just did a simple little ricochet, got punted in the nuts, and he was just behind him and nailed Lesnar in the nuts, and then Drew comes in and kicks him out. Stares a hole through him, which I can assume is he's not going to turn his back on him, because then with Royal Rumble history, he'll be thrown out. So it was stupid boring. And then the ring just fills up, right? Just one after another. Drew tossed like 2 guys like geeks, so I guess to make him look a little bit stronger. Roman Reigns comes out, so I'm just everyone's thinking he's gonna win or whatever. Edge made the appearance. He was the big surprise. Hey, 9 years, neck surgery. He showed up. Of course, WWE missed the fucking first spear with their shit-ass camera work, so hooray, right? I was never the biggest Edge fan, but hey, the dude came back from fucking neck surgery. A lot of people loved him. A lot of people were fans of that era. Great to see. That was definitely the veteran return spot. They usually last the final the final 4 region, or is the last one thrown out or whatever. They never win, but they get a good showing. That was Edge's spot here. So Samoa Joe, Kevin Owens, get in the ring, and they've had this Monday Night Raw thing with Seth Rollins, and it is Monday Night Messiah bullshit, just getting random people together. No real story there. So it's your Rumble spot of Rollins shows up with his posse. They don't get in the ring, even though it's no DQ. They just hang out outside and cause mischief like managers. And then, of course, Rollins ends up getting thrown out while Joe and Owens continue their story with the group. So it really accomplished nothing in the end. If you really wanted to get this thing over as a really strong group, have all those dudes that were left in the ring fight the group off, chuck them out of the ring, and leads to Seth Rollins. I don't know. It just seems super obvious. Instead, they just hang out outside, and then they brawl to the back and disappear on him, and then he's just chucked out anyways by himself. So the idea here is McIntyre's now quote unquote over because he booted out Lesnar, and you assume, okay, he has a title match. When that comes, for all we know, it could be just booked at Saudi Arabia, and then it's not at WrestleMania. Whatever, right? Some shit could happen, or they meet twice beforehand, or they do some convoluted storyline where he loses his title. There's, with WWE's history of all this, as my cat's causing trouble every podcast, it's really hard to get invested in the excitement of the possibility of a match at some event these days, right? So we have the idea in our head that he already has the title shot now. So when it came down to Roman, Edge, I forget who the 4th person was, and McIntyre, I'm like, okay, well, Edge isn't going to win because he's the veteran. I mean, they could do that. That is something WWE would do. Not the smartest thing in the world. Roman Reigns, who's from the other brand, and then Drew McIntyre, who essentially already has a title shot now because he threw him out. Well, when it gets down to the final 3 of Edge, McIntyre, and Reigns, the only thought going through my head wasn't, I want McIntyre to win. It was, I don't want Reigns to win. That's it. And whomever would throw this guy out would immediately be over with the fans as babyface, but not in the fact that they're rooting for him. It's the fact that Reigns didn't win, which isn't how you get someone over long term. What needs to happen for the future, which we God know with the history they just don't do. They love the hot shot angle. Because let's face it, Drew McIntyre, after winning the Royal Rumble, everyone goes, A, thank God Reigns didn't win, and B, it's about time that he gets a push at all, right? This man has been in WWE for over 2 years, including his NXT time. A year and 9 months since he made his main roster re-debut. It took them. They had the opportunity for over a year and a half to do something meaningful with the guy, right? And they've done nothing. So, because of that, now he has to be hotshot into a Rumble win with these two angles of winning this match. It's again, it's hard to get invested in it. It's full of hotshot, nothing angles, right? No storytelling at all. The most storytelling was he's on Raw kicking jobbers. That's it's super frustrating. And speaking of frustrating, is what they're doing in NXT. Okay? It's good wrestling matches, but the storytelling, I think, is very boring to me. And they do shit like this, which I'm about to get into, which just pisses me off. And that's the match from a couple weeks ago, Io Shirai taking on Toni Storm. Okay? This is right before World Collide, where Storm was taking on Ripley based on the story of, I've beat you once before. So, not much there. So why have this match at all? When it could be built up as the Evolution Final, their history in Japan. There's so many things they could do. But they've also already announced, based on a Battle Royal win, that Bianca Belair is the challenger for Rhea Ripley. Okay? So Storm and Shirai, barely advertised, but advertised nonetheless via social media and whatnot, that come check out this marquee women's match, right? I'm like, hell, okay, I'll fucking check this match out. I had some issues with the Dynamite feed. I always watch that live, but I was like, oh, this is fate speaking to me. I will watch Toni Storm versus Io Shirai. I fucking love these two. Two of my favorite women's wrestlers on the planet. They're up there, right? Watching this match. Oh, it's diluted. Oh, they're just going through the motions. Oh, it's a WWE style. And after a commercial break, and they're just going at it, yeah, there's some moves, but, you know, it's the moves they have to do in every match at the exact same time in the exact same format. Bianca Belair hits the ring for the DQ. Because, God forbid, Toni Storm, going into a title match, gets a win over a credible opponent. And there's no reason. Io Shirai, she can lose. There's no. Or you go to a draw. But WWE will never do that. So no, we got to do a DQ finish over someone that has nothing to do with the match. Because Bianca Belair, whether Ripley wins or loses the title or not, still gets her shot. Why does she get. Why? Because, God forbid, Toni Storm pins Io Shirai. So then Ripley's music hits for no reason. Who gives a shit? Right? Oh, but she's a babyface now for reasons. And after this brawl, and Io Shirai goes to the outside, and Toni Storm does a dive, we learn later that Io Shirai is going to be out 2 months with a knee injury because of this stupid brawl. Talk about shitting on me and the fans and anyone who paid for this. Like, my God. This is why I don't like watching WWE, and it happens all the time, and I just check in every once in a while, and here we go. I get shit like this. You wonder why Dynamite is the alternative to WWE? It's the same concept of show with a modern twist. My God. Alright. So now I'll finish off with a nice little positive. I haven't been keeping up with NWA Power, but I do check in when something goes viral or recommended. Nick Aldis and the Marty Scurll sit down, head into the next Crockett Cup. Scurll wants his title shot. They did a sit-down interview. It was just 1v1 in the studio, just chilling, hanging out. Aldis shows up late 20 minutes. Scurll's getting very irritated. But Aldis, being the heavy-handed, carried persona champion that he is, he just goes, apologies for my tardiness, or whatever it was. He always makes sure to present the 10 pounds of gold, sets it on the ring mat, and he goes like full-on mafia boss style, because he's even got his faction going these days, right? He just goes on this tirade of Skrull's never been a champion anywhere. He's already beat him once before, last year at the Crockett Cup. He had his opportunity. Just because Skrull just signed the big money deal and he wants a shot, he should just give it to him? No. Skrull goes on his raid. Yeah, I've never been the world champion. He's been Progress champion, but that's not the world champion, right? He references his Madison Square Garden loss. He references fans that always, man, you should have won the title. And he's like, yeah, I should have, but I didn't. I want this world title. So I'll just, being the champion that he is, because he references that, because Skrull references it's not about the money. He wants to be the world champion. And Aldous just goes, no, let's face it is about the money. Because you just signed the biggest deal you possibly could, right? So, puts on an old school stipulation that if Skrull loses this match, he must give everyone their ticket, their money back. Pay for their ticket, right? Venue to be determined later, makes that very clear. Great interview. Aldous was a fucking star here. Nick, fucking Magnus. Yeah, he was TNA champion once, but Magnus here. Really pulling it home. Why people watch NWA Power? It's for this stuff right there. I personally find it a little bit off because I want to watch better wrestling in particular. But when it comes to the promos and interviews and these kind of things, this is where NWA Power sets itself apart. Primetime stuff. Now, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll play the drop, and that will lead into my mom and I recapping AEW for the next hour. I'll see you guys back when I return with Jay with WXW. I'll come back with some independent wrestling. See you in a bit. And we're back for another weekly wrestling recap, now titled USA vs. Europe, AEW vs. WXW. Mom, you're joining me yet again in a much smaller capacity this time around.
In a what?
Much smaller capacity. You don't have like 3 massive shows to talk about.
Oh, darn.
You didn't get drunk. You didn't get drunk with me at Beyond Wrestling.
But yet it still comes on my phone. MLW stuff.
MLW stuff. Oh,
yeah.
Well, you must be subscribed to their YouTube channel still.
No, I'm not subscribed to anything. Are you kidding me? It just appears. Because you know how Big Brother is watching everything you do now.
Yeah, Big Brother Google.
Yeah, Big Brother, exactly. Big Brother Google.
We have the Bash at the Beach episodes from AEW to talk about here today. That would be episode 15 and 16, the January 15th and the 22nd episodes.
Yes, fun stuff.
Very exciting. So we had
they were actually, I kind of like it without commercials. I like watching the show without commercials.
Did you watch, you must have watched the Fight TV feed. Because there is such thing as the Fight TV feed where you can just not watch it with commercials.
Well, it sure is a hell of a lot better than watching it with all the dang commercials, because when you watch the commercial, you miss a lot.
You are subject to missing quite a few, yeah.
Here's my just one little pointer thing. Mm-hmm. I wish they made the commercials smaller and left the wrestling picture bigger.
No, come on now.
That's what just a thought, but it sure would be a lot easier to watch and appreciate the screen thing. if they made the commercial smaller and the actual picture of what we're watching bigger. But that's my only that's my thing. That's what I want.
Well,
make it happen.
In between the two episodes, there was a few dark episodes, and so I'll get into that in just a second. Just have a quick comment.
Okay.
But in between, there was news that came out that AEW has signed an extension with their TV contract with TNT until I think it's 2023.
Wow.
And adding another show on TNT, which I imagine would be something like AEW Dark. Because they have all these wrestlers and not enough kind of screen time for what they want to do. So they're going to add another hour of television.
Okay. Well, that would be cool.
It would be cool. I just hope it doesn't become like a WCW Thunder where it's important at first and then quickly goes into, you don't need to watch this every week.
Oh, yeah. Now, maybe if they did it like an every other week thing or something.
No, it's going to be weekly as well. We just don't know what day. We just know it's going to be another hour show. So we'll see how it plays out. At the very least, for the wrestlers, it will provide them with more time for experience.
Okay.
Which would be a good thing for them, not necessarily for the viewers, because they're just trying to get better.
Gotcha.
You know?
Yeah.
But from Dark recently, my only things worth noting was the fun little Memphis wrestling tribute on one of the episodes, and the ongoing feud between Shauna, a little Portuguese girl, and Nyla Rose, the big beast girl, putting on. They're like putting each other through tables, and they're gonna have a tables match soon. Could be any day on AEW Dark. Could be tomorrow, for all we know.
Oh, so they're practicing tables.
So I look forward to watching the payoff there. That's the only congruent storyline that's on Dark.
Okay.
But anyways, January 15th, 2020, episode 15, Bash at the Beach from Miami, Florida. We begin with the tag team Fatal 4-Way, where the winner gets a title shot on the Jericho Cruise.
Yep.
In the Bahamas.
Yep.
What'd you think? Good mother.
Well, I liked it a lot. I have it asterisked as one of the best tag team matches for the year.
Ooh. Would you say it's better than the trios match we saw on the first? That was Omega and the Bucks against Pac and
yes,
Lucha Bros.
I believe, yeah.
Had a brain stall.
Yeah. I mean, that was good, but this one, there was a lot of action, good action. It was a good time length with Ortiz and Santana against the Young Bucks. Just everything really flowed really well, and I really asterisked this.
Wow. It did go 16 minutes and 35 seconds. I thought that was a very good length. It got everything, it got the point across. So besides this just being an awesome match, it also furthered the story of tension between Paige and the Elite.
Right.
You know, Bucks did all the dirty work at the end, and then Paige just tags in and finishes the job and steals the win, basically.
Yeah.
And then as they're celebrating, Paige just ditches them and celebrates drinking beer with the crowd instead still. So that's awesome.
He took the beer away, and then Paige goes, "Screw you! I'm going to get my beer. I want my beer." So he went got some beer from somebody else. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I agree. This was just a fantastic nonstop action affair. It's a good example of modern wrestling. Keeps you interested, and it served a purpose.
Yep.
The good stuff.
Yeah, it was. I enjoyed it, and but on the other hand, I'm not seeing Kenny Omega and Paige together much longer.
Oh, what's your time frame you're given here?
Well, they're gonna go up against someone else, of course, because everyone's after the championship thing. But I'm only gonna give it one more match. 2 at the most, but I'm thinking 1 because there's Paige's got a lot of animosity against Omega and what's going on with them. So you can tell he's not being appreciated. Oh. I think he's going to go to the Dark Order.
Oh.
That would be something.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
So then Cody comes out looking very Miami Vice. He acknowledges Arn Anderson's wisdom of people want to see the match between him and MJF. He shows MJF's stipulations on the screen, and he basically accepts. Nothing special here. All talk as usual, as you would say, Mom.
All talk as usual, and I got a funny one for you.
Okay,
so,
give me the funny one.
Cody mentions about MJF starring on the Rosie O'Donnell show.
Yeah, when he was a child.
Right, when he was 6 years old. So
what, did you look this up?
I had to watch it. And he's a smart freaking little ass at 6 on the Rosie O'Donnell show. It was so funny and adorable because he's 6, of course.
Uh-huh.
But he's singing "You Are My Sunshine." And that's how he got on the Rosie O'Donnell show. And apparently MJF has famous parents or something. I don't know. I didn't look to see what his parents did, or I guess because they sent in the video of him, he got to be on the Rosie O'Donnell show. So I had to watch it. It was super funny. It was freaking hysterical. But it just goes to show you that MJF's always been a little smart ass asshole.
Even at 6 years old.
Even at six. And that's why I had to watch it. Is he always like that? Yes, he is always like that. He's a little smart asshole. And at 6, she goes, Rosie says, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a opera singer and a wrestler. At 6, he wanted to be a wrestler.
Well, there you go.
I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah.
Opera singer.
You've got to watch it. It's really funny to see MJF sing "You Are My Sunshine." It's really funny. It's worth the view.
So this is followed by Joey Janela vowing to get 2020 started off on the right foot.
He's a very bad boy.
He is a bad boy. Makes reference to his ex Penelope Ford not leaving him alone, referencing her just showing up, cracking him in the nuts. He's just like, dude, this bitch.
Well, apparently he deserves it. I'm not sure.
We don't know. All we know is they used to date, and she won't leave him alone.
Well, not in a good way, though.
Obviously, I don't want to get hit in the nuts by an ex.
No, it's not. You don't want that kind of attention. I'm sorry, but that's a little extreme.
And then we got the culmination of the little tiny feud going on. Hikaru Shida teaming with Chris Statlander, taking on the Nightmare Collective, Brandy Rhodes, and now just going by Mel, not Melanie Cruz, with Luther. Right. And it was originally going to be Awesome Kong, but she had the flu or something, so Brandy Rhodes had to step in.
Oh, okay. Okay, because I'd never seen Brandy Rhodes, the little weakling. Her and oh my God, the little shit that 98 pounds.
Riho,
thank you.
How could you forget Riho? This is devastating to me.
Well, I forget on purpose, okay? So Brandy Rhodes and Riho, you put them together and you still don't have a wrestler.
Oh my God. You're awful. A lot of people would be on your side about the Brandy Rhodes part of it, but I will not have this slander of Riho on this podcast.
Well,
I will not stand by this.
You've already got it. That's your mama speaking, boy. But I was really happy to see that they lost.
They did lose, so there was a payoff in the end of the good guys winning.
What?
There was the payoff of the good guys winning.
Yes.
So at least there's that. Did you like the match at all? I'm very curious of your thoughts.
Well, like I said, I was finally glad to see Brandy Rhodes wrestle, and she sucked bad. And Mel...
Now, is that a good thing in your eyes?
So, absolutely.
You liked seeing him suck?
Oh, yeah. And Mel sucked even worse. She's so flat-footed. Oh, my God. She's like this. She's like a 6-foot giant flat-foot, you know?
She is not good.
Bald hair. No, she's horrible. My God, the woman needs to go back to like learning wrestling. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. So I looked this up.
And Mel is throwing Sheeta around like a rag doll, and as soon as I saw that, I go, "There's no way that's gonna come out like they're gonna win because they're both suck." So yeah,
they both suck. So I'm gonna throw some stats at you, loosely off the top of my head. But I did say
it was a good match. I did consider it a good match.
Okay. Wow, that's interesting.
Because I actually liked seeing Statlander and Sheeta together. That was kind of nice to see them as an actual team, and I think they make a good team.
If there's tag titles situation in the future, that wouldn't be the worst tandem. Sheeta can teach Statlander a lot of veteran things.
Yeah,
how to work the ring, how to work a match, etc., etc. So here's some stats I thought I put together. If you can search them out on my Twitter at BullyingJD, RedLeafRetrocast. I put a collection of kind of basic statistics of how many matches all the women wrestlers in AEW have had since August of 2019.
Okay.
So Sheeta and Riho are in like the 30s. Mel, Brandy, Penelope Ford, Britt Baker, they've all had about 13. Everyone else is like less than 10, right? So not a lot. Chris Statlander has over 56 matches.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that says a lot.
So she's putting in the work along with the Japanese girls putting in their work, right? Going back and forth between Japan and AEW, while it seems that the ones... Nyla Rose is kind of the in-between. She's an American going over to Japan. She has about 15. So that's what she did in December, is went over and put in a lot of... So you can see quite a bit of improvement in Nyla Rose.
Okay.
While you're not seeing a high level of improvement from the American wrestlers that were signed. And they're the one... Besides Chris Statlander is the only exception to this. Where the others are not going on the independent scene to put more work in. So I don't know if they're working on the side like Darby Allin did. I listened to an interview of him, and he has a ring in his basement, and he's kind of putting together his own thing going on. So I found that pretty interesting, and you can kind of see how people are developing with how much work they're putting in the ring. So that would be something to improve upon.
Well, you know, Britt Baker can, because she's got mouths to, open up and fill feelings. You know, I mean, it's obvious in her style that, she's not going to put aside her
practice.
So I think that the wrestling is more of a hobby for her.
Well, I think it's 2 full-time jobs, and we'll definitely get into what she had a match later.
Full-time job.
She had a full-time match. She had a full match later, and we'll get into her promo, which plays into important. So back to the match. I've been looking at. I've totally turned my head and looking at the women's division AEW from a totally different perspective now because of this, right? There's only a few women that are quote-unquote veterans, and then you have Chris Statlander, who's basically a rookie, but she's putting in a lot of work, right? Then you have everyone else who's super new or just doesn't have experience.
How many did you say Riho has?
36, I believe, was the number. Again, you can look at my Twitter. I have the exact number on there from that date. Because she's been going back and forth between Japan and AEW whenever she's needed in either place, right?
I see.
So now I'm looking at it, okay, we have a bunch of newbies that are now on national TV. So now my mindset is, this is going to be some rough wrestling. I might as well enjoy the rough wrestling. Like your mentality of, so glad Brandy sucks. And you're not supposed to like her, so that's great, right?
Right.
Like seeing her reach for the tag of Mel and Mel's not there, and then she turns around and just goes, "Don't kill me, Chris."
Right.
I love that. That's good. That's kind of old school, kind of bad guy stuff, right? It's kind of like a Ric Flair thing, where he'd get on his knees and beg for mercy.
Right.
So, if the wrestling's bad, I know it's going to be bad, and they're going to need a lot of time to get better. I might as well enjoy the rough stuff, right?
Okay.
And that's what I got out of this.
The flat feet.
Oh my God, watching Melanie Cruz just stomp around the ring like a Frankenstein and just
right, exactly,
not knowing where she is. She reminded me of an old WCW wrestler, Mongo McMichael, next football player. I'm like, I don't know what she's doing, where she is. I'm looking for her next mistake and just cracking up. Because Chris Statlander gets on the apron at one point, and she's going to we've seen her do this live, where she taps the person on the shoulder. She does her gymnastics inward flip, right? Really cool spot. Right. And there's Melanie Cruz looking down, bending down, and then Statlander does her flip, and then Statlander has to pull her back because she's so, like, out of nowhere. She doesn't know where she is, and then she just falls. Right. It's great.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
And then Luther, he did nothing, so he was totally out of the equation. So
that was so stupid. Him and his fake eyes and all that.
So you don't know this, but there was a video that Brandy Rhodes put out online on Twitter of she's in a, and I can say this now because she doesn't have a role on the next episode of Dynamite. So she's in like a therapist session, and she calls it Session 1. So she's talking to a therapist, and the therapist goes, "What's about this cult you started?" And she goes, "It's not a cult, it's my collection of friends." She goes, "Well, tell me about your friends." "Well, one likes hair. Her name's Kong." The other's Mel. She just, wanted to be a part of the group. She shaved her head. It was awesome. And then Luther, he likes blood. And then the therapist says something or another, and she just goes, "You know what? This session was great. I'm so glad we had this talk. I'm not crazy. We made a breakthrough." And then it turns out to be just, she's not talking to a therapist. It's all in her head. It's like this weird doll.
Oh, wow.
That's sitting. So Brandy's totally nuts. So I'm like, I like this.
Doll? Oh my God.
So I want this on Dynamite this coming Wednesday. Just replaying this skit. Don't show her out on TV or anything. Just replay this skit.
Oh, okay.
Do that, and then the next week you can have Mel in just a terrible match in which I'll laugh again. Maybe Luther brings out a chalice of blood and Brandy drinks out of it, and she goes, something ridiculous. They need to go full ham with this. Just totally crazy. Maybe even a therapist session backstage. Something.
A real one?
A real. It turns out to be a real therapist this time.
Right.
Yeah.
But wait, I'm not supposed to be awake.
Yeah. So, and then we so after this just awfully hilarious match, Dark Order recruitment PowerPoint video. So we have creepy cult guy breaking down all the big names they were going after.
Yeah, that was so. Okay, go ahead.
So they want the Bucks, they want Omega, they want Paige, but they got to target their weak friends first too. They feel that that's the way they can get to them, get to the big fish in the pond, right? They got to get the minnows. So Nakazawa's the weak one. That's how we'll get Omega. Brandon Cutler, he's a loser. That's how we'll get to the Bucks. Paige, he's busy drinking. He feels torn from the elite. I think we can get him too. And then you have,
he's going.
Oh, it's
he's
good.
Going.
Oh, we've been talking about Paige joining the Dark Order from the start. So we got Dr. Claw, aka the Exalted One, just going, "Good. I like this plan." No cat though. I'm still waiting for the cat to be pet. Right? Do you remember my prediction on the last episode where I said I think Marty Scurll's going to be the Exalted One?
Yeah.
That name?
Yeah.
Well, turns out the very next day after we recorded, he signed a new deal with the company he's currently with for whatever amount of time. So he's totally out of the equation.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know who that's going to be anymore, whether it's Matt Hardy when his contract's up or some other dude like Raven from WCW's past. He was he had his own cult in WCW.
Oh, okay.
But for now, Paige is still like prime candidate 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I love this PowerPoint presentation of, okay, here's our targets.
Pretty good.
It was good.
Yeah.
John Moxley defeats Sammy Guevara in 9 minutes 25 seconds.
Surprise! Yeah, surprise.
He beat the Spanish Godmother.
Oh yeah, and for that they had him. Oh no, was it that episode that that Jericho emceed, or was that the one when he was on the boat?
Emceed.
Helped MC.
Helped MC.
Yeah, talk about the wrestling match.
I don't follow what you're saying here.
Oh my God. So I think it was on the boat.
Okay, well, we'll get to the boat later.
Yeah. Yeah, it was on the boat.
Okay. So this match was good and solid. It was everything I wanted out of it. Moxley is a beast, and Guevara was flipping around, being all cocky. He'd flip out of a move, then he'd do a strut, turn around, get hit. It's great. I love it. And then after the flippy stuff is all done, Guevara does he does like this like double moonsault, lands on his feet, and Moxley just catches him and chokes him out. I was like, that was cool. I like that.
That was cool. Yeah.
And the other thing is, we mentioned this a couple episodes ago, where I love when wrestlers win a match with something other than their finishing move. Because then when they have a match later and they get these other moves, you don't know if they're going to win with that move or another one. Right?
Uh-huh.
So the lights go out after the match. Inner Circle just beats the living hell out of Mr. Lone Wolf Moxley, including Jericho taking a page out of the Dusty Rhodes playbook of circa 1980s NWA, gets a spike off his jacket, spikes Moxley in the eye, and then the crowd just gasps. Not really, though, because it's not 1980 anymore, it's 2020. But Moxley lost an eye, Mom. Got his eye poked out with the spike from Jericho. How could he?
I don't think so.
You don't think it's real?
No.
How could you not think it's real?
I don't know.
This dastardly deed.
I think Cody's gash is fake too.
It's not fake, Mom. I saw it live.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Well, it could be a good fake.
It wasn't. He bashed his head on that steel grate and just ripped his face open.
Wow. Well, he had a bad surgeon.
So obviously Jericho actually spiked this guy in the eye on national TV. Moxley can't see. Jericho goes backstage with the Inner Circle, gloats of his evil deed. Sammy hits on Jen Decker because she's a hot female, and well,
I'm liking Guevara being a little punk ass self. He was good at that.
Oh, he's great. Hits on Jen Decker every chance he gets. Yeah. He's like, "Hit me up, girl," and she just kind of rolls her eyes at him. But he doesn't just like go. He doesn't walk by her and say, "Hit me up." He like looks down her dress, looks at the boobs, right. Then he looks back up and he goes, "Hit me up." Like, you have my approval. It's so good. And she just plays it off. Jake Hager just walks by, puts his hand over his eye and just goes, "Arr," like a pirate.
Right.
It's so stupid. I love all of this.
Well, I hope his eye is not poked out and lost or some shit like that. That would be terrible. Well, Jericho's a dick.
Well, Jericho is a dick. He poked this guy's eye out. He doesn't want to meet Moxley for the title. And he's doing everything he can to get revenge for stealing his car. Which, by the way, Moxley came out in the expensive car. Which was
awesome.
I must see this car every chance we get.
It's $750,000 car.
Yeah, it's no longer worth millions.
No, it keeps depreciating.
Yeah, it depreciates every time he drives it. Next match, Butcher, the Blade, and MJF. Complete with Bunny and Wardlow. Taking on DDP, Dustin Rhodes, and QT Marshall.
And I labeled this the old man match.
Well, it was a fun old man match. I loved it.
It was.
QT Marshall being this balding, middle-aged, decent wrestler, and does the space flying tiger drop where he just falls over the top rope. It's still, I pop every time. I love it so much. It's my favorite move in wrestling because it doesn't look pretty and it gets a huge reaction out of the crowd, including myself.
Yeah.
DDP was amazing here. 63 years old, by the way, just running wild over everybody, jumping off the top rope.
No, it's pretty, I mean, he's pretty damn good for his age, and I'm sure his body's hurting after the match.
Well, it's a good thing he knows yoga.
Yeah, he can them away.
Yeah. So while this is going, while all the old people are running wild, MJF just rolls up QT Marshall before we knew it, and he wins.
Yep.
It's like, one of those.
Yeah.
We cut backstage. Celebratory tipsy Adam Page interrupts an SCU interview because they are facing off with each other the following week. Spills drinks on him. He's like, I'm sorry, bro.
Right.
They all get mad at him, but Kenny breaks it up, makes peace. They agree to a gentleman's match next week for the titles. I'm liking tipsy, kind of angry Adam Page.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to get out of the Elite. He says he leaves it, but they keep pulling him back in.
Yeah.
Lot of ongoing storylines.
I wanted to go back to the MJF match just real quick.
Go for it.
Because I loved this the saying one of the guys said that he's like a boil on the ass of life.
Who said that? I missed that one.
I can't remember which announcer it was, but it just cracked me up so much I had to write it down. Boil on the ass of life is MJF.
That is glorious. It's either Shivani or it probably Shivani. That sounds like something he would say.
That is like the perfect how do I want to say it? A description of MJF.
Wow.
It's a perfect description of MJF. A boil on the ass of life.
Yeah. That is glorious.
Anyway.
I love it. Main event, Pac versus Darby Allin. The winner will face Moxley in a number 1 contendership match for the AEW title on the boat.
Yes. And, Darby was thrown around a lot by Pac.
Pac beat the hell out of him.
Yeah, Pac dominated and some injuries in that match also, with Darby having this huge gash on his arm, his upper arm.
If there's one thing Darby is really good at, it is taking a beating.
Well, and then Pac also, he damaged his hand. It was a hard-ass match.
Yeah, they beat the hell out of each other. It was really fun. The most interesting part... Go on.
It actually got 4 stars from me.
Wow.
I thought it was a really good match.
Was this better than the 4-way scramble?
Yes. Well, that was my other one because that was a 4-way tag team, but this is just 1-on-1, and of the 1-on-1, that was the best.
So this is your best 1-on-1 match you've seen so far?
Definitely one of the best.
2020.
Yeah.
And okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
I liked it.
We'll get your rankings sorted out here soon enough. So, my favorite part of this match is kind of something that was more subtle. So they're beating the hell out of each other, and then the timekeeper just announces, 5 minutes of TV time remaining, right? And if you remember, the last time Pac was in a main event like this, he faced off against Moxley, and it went to a draw. They ran out of time on TV.
Oh, yeah.
So Pac immediately starts putting the boots to Darby Allin hard, hitting him harder, and then because of this, he's getting faster. Darby Allin quickly counters, takes advantage of his hastiness, but luckily, when it was all said and done at 11:46, Pac does get the win, hits the Black Arrow, and pins him. So I love this. And then we cut to Shivani meeting him. Yeah. We cut to Shivani interviewing him, and Pac just goes, Moxley's gonna be in no win condition. I'm gonna get this title shot as I deserve. And then then he gets cut off. We get to backstage as Mox is being loaded into an ambulance, And then he just fights everyone off. He's a crazed guy. He has his face all bandaged up. He walks into the arena and he just goes, I'll be there next week.
Even if I can't see.
So
I'm going to do it.
I'm kind of torn whether that was really necessary. But it did make him look like a badass. So, one eye or not, he will be meeting Pac in the main event on the boat. So one thing I must mention, and this is an ongoing thing that I'm keeping track of in 2020, Mother.
Yes, dear.
So this is now 2 weeks in a row. Chris Statlander has been wrestling on TNT while I'm bowling a game. Okay?
Ooh, yes.
So the first time in 2020, I bowled a 299 while Chris Statlander was in a match. And as we remember, she lost as I did not bowl a perfect game. She got pinned in the middle of me failing to bowl a perfect game.
Mm-hmm.
In this match, she won, and I bowled, I think it was like a 266, if memory serves. So,
well, it wasn't a perfect game.
But it was a very good game, along with the win. Okay? So I have a 283 average bowling as Chris Statlander is wrestling on TNT.
Oh, okay.
On the boat, she did not have a match, therefore I was just kind of average.
Oh.
So we will keep track of my bowling.
The alien is sending bowling waves to you? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, whether it's good or bad. If she gets screwed, I get screwed.
No.
If she wins, I win. Situation.
Okay.
We must keep track of this. January 22nd, 2020, episode 16, on the Jericho Cruise at the port in the Bahamas.
Rockin' wrestler Rager at sea on the Norwegian Pearl.
Part 2.
It's a cool ship.
Continuing
it holds 2,394 passengers and was built in 2005.
All right, Mom.
The boat was stranded in Barcelona on July 2nd, 2019.
You did the whole history lookup of this stupid ship.
I did, because I'm like, I'm always interested, to see what they're on, and it looked cool. And then I see that it was stranded and everybody got stranded in Barcelona.
So I'm going to drop a question on you right now.
I don't know.
They announced that they're going to do Dynamite again on the ship next year during the week of February 1st.
Yes.
Are we going?
Probably not.
I will not make plans then.
Yeah. And from what I heard, that some of these people were standing out to get in like the night before. To be into that area.
What, on the boat. For the shows?
Yes. For the main event that was going to be televised, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah. It was packed.
You know what? Now that you mention it, I've been on a cruise before. I don't need to go.
I don't need to go on that kind of a cruise because it's just insane.
I think it'd be super fun to watch a wrestling show on a boat. But now that you mention it a week, and I didn't really care for the cruise the first time because I get bored of it.
Right. Well,
but I heard that it's like all you can eat buffet every day you're there, and that sounds like a blast in itself.
Oh no, it gets old real quick. Believe me.
All right. So we start off Bash at the Beach Part 2 with an AEW World Tag Team Title match. Adam Page and Kenny Omega of the Elite, or Page formerly of the Elite, taking on SCU, Scorpio Sky, Frankie Kazarian.
And that's when I saw the Page Omega, and I'm like, they're not really a team.
Well, they both came out individually. Commentary even said a real team comes out together.
That's correct. They do. So they're really not much of a team.
Enough of a team to win the tag titles.
I thought that after they won that it would boost Page, but no, it didn't.
What'd you think of the match? Was it better than the Pac Darby Allin? Was it better than the 4-way scramble?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
No.
I think so.
I don't think so. But we all have our own opinion.
I guess so, even though yours is wrong. Especially about Riho.
I'm never wrong about Riho.
You're always wrong about Riho. We'll never get over this argument.
Join Riho and Brandy Rhodes, and there you still don't have a team. You don't have a wrestler.
Well, I thought this match was nicely placed. Had plenty to keep your eyes on. In the end, Paige leaps into the crowd. That's when Kenny Omega tried to get the advantage, but then he himself got the boots to him. Paige then tags himself in, takes out each member of SCU with his buckshot lariat, one on the ramp, one in the ring, and pins to win. He gets the win and essentially wins the tag titles on his own when it was all said and done. Mm-hmm. The first title change in AEW history. The Bucks come out to celebrate with them as Paige then ditches again for the second week in a row to drink beer in the crowd and crowd surf.
Yep, that was cool.
19 minutes, 11 seconds. I adored this match so much. It made, it continued the story developing all around.
Yeah.
SCU loses the title, so who knows what's going to happen there. It made it feel like a big deal. If they didn't have the AEW number 1 contendership match in the main event, I would have rather have had this, like, swap them, right? I would have rather had this be the main event and Moxley Pac open it up.
Yeah, I agree on that.
Especially if they're going to do this title change. I think it would have been much bigger for a main event.
Yeah, you're right. I agree. But there was ulterior motive for why Moxley and Pac were at the end and not the beginning.
Well, it also set up for an interview later, which we'll get to here in a second. So, I adored this match. The title change is a big deal. It was on a boat, of all things, which is awesome. There was an ongoing thing on TV because TNT doesn't allow a whole lot of profanity, so the crowd was yelling fuck a lot.
Oh.
So anytime you heard like weird like crowd cuts or sound cuts, that was because the crowd was yelling fuck.
Oh. Well, and I don't know, but it looked to me like the ring was a little smaller.
Yeah. It was.
Okay.
Yeah, commentary made it clear that maybe certain elements are going to be put into this match. Certain things were different. They wouldn't be able to do as much high flying because you're on a rocking boat, for Christ's sake.
Well, not only that, it was extremely windy when they were doing it. And so a lot of ships, and this was why I was looking at the ship itself, because I wanted to see how large of a ship it was. And actually, it's the size of like a love boat, because it's very small, much smaller than some of them that you see. That they're freaking major city. They carry like 13,000 passengers. This only carried 2,300, maybe 2,300 passengers plus, which is a very small boat in comparison to your other boats out there that, they're huge metropolis. And so it was a smaller venue for this. And so it has limitations to what they can do on this boat and how big things are. So that's why I was interested in seeing exactly what this boat was about.
Well, regardless of the size, I've said this before. I love like new and interesting venues. So each show feels different.
It was definitely fun. It was definitely different. And it was a smaller ring and stuff, but I
actually prefer watching wrestling. I actually prefer watching wrestling in a smaller ring. It does so many things differently. So WXW, that's the promotion in Germany, they have the smallest ring, so they have to do a lot of catch wrestling style. In Dragon Gate, they have like an elongated ring, so things are perceived as faster and slower depending on how you run. And then here, it's just a smaller ring than what we're used to seeing, while WWE's ring is super large, so everything feels like it's in slow motion or whatever. So this is this is really cool to see, just different ring sizes and whatever needs to come into play. But anyways, moving on. Dr. Britt Baker, DMD, defeats Priscilla Kelly in a 5-minute match. Match wasn't great, but it didn't overstay its welcome.
Nah.
I can live with a 5 to 10 minute match like this, no problem, especially considering Baker is super new at doing the whole wrestling thing, and Priscilla Kelly is pretty new herself. So,
well, she's going to learn a lot from her husband, Darby Allin.
Yeah, well, so
did you look it up, by the way?
I didn't look it up. You just told me, and it's fine.
Okay.
I believe you.
Oh, you believe me?
Yeah, I believe you. You wouldn't lie to me, would you?
Well, I figured you'd have to look for yourself. Go, really? I thought it was just his girlfriend. But it was her first time wrestling. It was her first time on AEW.
Dynamite, yeah.
Yeah.
So besides the match just being mediocre at best, it doesn't bother me when I know, again, reiterate, the wrestling is subpar. You can't get better without practice. It's fine. It's not like they're putting it in the main event or high up on the card. It's an undercard. It's right at the beginning of the show. It's only 5 minutes. It's not a big deal, right?
Well, they had to do something for the women on the boat.
And you literally see matches like this everywhere in every promotion you watch. So I don't have an issue with people getting the work in. What matters here is Tony Schiavone interviews Britt Baker after her win, and Baker mocks Tony for working at Starbucks in the past, says, "Oh no, we're so proud of you, even though you were a shitty barista."
Right.
They all look up to her. She's a role model. It's tough. It's a full-time job, just like being a dentist. Did you know she's a dentist? She even kind of does that. She's the hottest woman on the boat. She's smart. She's educated. Brilliant. So I thought the words were good. She got the heat and booze that, she wanted to get. That was the idea. She's now becoming a bad guy. It's full-on bad now, pretty much. And even though that all this was good, the delivery wasn't good. So it was like, you were so close. So she seemed out of breath, nervous. She was always moving her hair. There was a lot of those, body language tells.
Yeah. Well, it was windy.
It was windy. I was nervous.
It was it was getting wind blown.
What did you get out of what she said?
I ain't getting nothing out of it. I didn't pay attention.
Oh. You should have paid attention after she referenced Tony Schiavone worked at Starbucks, and he just kind of pulls away from the camera, and on his lips he just goes, "Motherfucker." It's really funny. I saw that. I just went, "What?" He's like, "Now people know I worked at Starbucks." I'm so embarrassed.
Well, she wanted to put him down to.
Yeah, and you don't make fun of Tony Schiavone.
No.
Won't have that. How dare she?
She's starting to be a boil on the ass, too.
Ooh. Inner Circle out. Chris Jericho, Santana Ortiz with Jake Hager in tow. They're taking on the Jurassic Express. Jungle Boy, Luchasaurus, Marco Stunt. Marco Stunt comes out in a life preserver. And
hysterical.
I loved it. And then Jericho comes out, entrance song, and the entire crowd is singing his song. Pure admiration for Le Champion.
Well, I'm like, what is everybody singing? So I had to look it up and find out what the song was.
Yeah, Judas. It's his entrance song.
Yeah.
I sung it when Dynamite came to Boston. I like it. It's a catchy song.
I want an entrance song when I go to my job every day.
you just enter, Judas in my mind.
Did
you like this match?
I did like it. I was laughing about Marco trying to get out of his vest.
Yeah, he really struggled out of that thing. It's hilarious.
Because he was sweating so bad that it was sticking to his body. And he's like, God, get this thing off of me.
He chucks it into the crowd. It was a good fire into the crowd. It like went right in that gap between the hanger and the people. It was great. It was a good throw.
It was. But I was really cracking up when he was trying to get that thing off because he's such a little shit anyways.
Oh yeah, he plays his role very well. He looks ridiculous. He's just getting thrown around the ring left and right, whether it's his teammates throwing him or the.
Well, what's funny is when he just tries to, win a match.
Oh yeah, it's like it's a valiant effort, and then he just gets blasted in the end. It's great. I love it. It's like, good try, little Marco. But
it turns out that he's got a great voice, and Jericho for next year he's going to have a performance. He's going to sing. He's going to sing next year on the boat. Jericho already set it up that he's going to have a stage.
You've really done your research for this episode.
I did. There was a lot of things.
I'm so proud.
Both episodes.
You were really into this AEW thing.
I told you I really enjoyed these 2 episodes. They were quite entertaining to me, and stuff that just kind of stuck out in my mind. I had to find out.
There's a lot of very memorable things. Yeah.
Yeah. It was fun.
In a match less memorable, it was MJF defeating Joey Janela in 7:45. Basically, they had an okay match. It was something I've seen out of like Beyond Wrestling and whatnot. Joey Janela gets on the top rope, and here comes Penelope Ford and Kip Sabian, and they just start making out on stage.
Right.
I was like, what is going on? And then it cuts to Joey Janela's face.
Yeah.
And he just goes,
Janela
what the fuck
won.
is going on?
Right.
Like, anybody would get distracted. He just goes, what the fuck are those two doing? Screw this. And he just jumps off the top rope, but that was all the distraction that he needed. He misses. MJF avoids the elbow drop, hits the double cross finisher, and wins. I was like, right. I guess it serves a purpose. Story tells, Post-match, MJF mocks Cody, runs down the stipulations. He mocks him some more. Cody comes out, talks to MJF, or at least he tries, and MJF starts gloating. He drops the mic in front of him, doesn't let him, and then he kicks it so he doesn't pick it up. So he's just being a dick.
See? No, he's being his 6-year-old asshole self.
Right. So then Cody just goes, yeah, and then the Bucks sneak up from behind, super kick him because, well, Cody can't touch him, but they can, and then they throw his ass in the pool.
Which was great.
Love it. Here I thought, like, if someone doesn't go into some body of water in this episode, I will be very upset.
Right?
Someone needs to get thrown, like maybe the hot tub, or throw them over the board into the bay. Go real out of control with it. Like I want to see something just out. Well, maybe when they run out of ideas, you have Darby Allin just do a stunt off the boat.
That boat was rocking. Let me tell you, that boat was moving and vibrating.
Let's see. Shivani interviews our new tag champs, like, I don't know, on the deck or something. And what I took away from this is each time it's Paige's turn to speak, he gets cut off, interrupted.
Yeah.
So then he gets aggravated of these interruptions.
Well, he didn't even, but Shivani didn't even, when Paige was going to say something, then he turned to somebody else, like Paige isn't even worth talking to.
Well, and you see him start getting frustrated and aggravated, and then when the Bucks come up, he just he gets cut off for like the 3rd or 4th time. He just goes, you know what, Bucks, I can't believe we got these tag belts before you, hey? Real snide remark.
Right.
And the Bucks are just like, well, that was uncalled for. And Kenny's just putting his head down like, I don't want any part of this. He's kind of the middleman and all that. So, and then he just walks away with his beer.
Yep. I'm out.
Like, more seeds being planted. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
I love this slow build. I love it so much.
I just want to see Moxley's eye. I want to see the real damage, if it's really damaged.
Well, of course it's really damaged. He got a spike in it, Mom. And speaking of that, AEW World Title #1 contendership match. One-eyed Jon Moxley taking on Pac.
It's going to be a blood match. That's going to be their pay-per-view on February 29th.
Moxley against Jericho?
Yep.
Yes. So February 29th in Chicago, Revolution.
Mm-hmm.
Since Jon Moxley beat Pac after a enjoyable match, I think I like the Pac Darby Allin match more. I think.
Yes. As I gave it 4 stars. Yes.
This Moxley Pac match, while it was good, I felt like it was missing something. I really enjoyed the Moxley coming out
it was missing something because Moxley's working with one eye. It's a smaller ring. Moxley, I think, is kind of favoring himself.
Well, it played into the story, so I'm like, I can get into this. It's fine.
Yeah.
I think as a match itself, it wasn't as good as last week's, but for the stipulation and the story it was being told, it was very enjoyable.
Yeah, it was good.
So Pac loses another big match while Moxley moves on successfully. There is some trouble brewing.
Wait, say that again?
There is some trouble brewing because Pac has lost again. And, one thing was in the Shivani interview, Omega says, Pac, you will get your rubber match, but he kind of brushes it off. Because right now he has the tag titles, and these are more important. So now that Pac has lost, and that's Kenny's response, there's something that's going to happen because of that. Right?
Well, yeah, Pac was supposed to have a rubber match against Omega, wasn't he?
Well, that's why he keeps attacking Nakazawa backstage and whatnot, and I thought about this. So, Omega has been kind of ignoring it, and what do you do with a bully? You try to ignore the bully, avoid the bully. Don't give in to their bully demands, right?
Right.
Nakazawa's getting beat up, well, Omega's not getting beat up, and he's got the tag titles, and he has better stuff to worry about than a bully.
Mm-hmm.
That's the story I'm taking from this.
Mm-hmm.
And now that Omega's kind of brushed off he's like, you'll get your rubber match whenever. Doesn't give him a date. He just says, you'll get it. Don't worry about it. But I got the tag titles. So Pac is going to this is my prediction. Pac is going to cost Omega and Page their first or second title defense. And that will put the seeds of doubt even more with Page, because now Omega's individual issues played in their match, and that made Page a loser. And then I guess the week after that or whatever, that's when Page will do his big turn.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because he's trying to separate himself from the Elite, but they're not letting him. He's now tag team champions with Omega. Right?
Yep.
So, not to mention, I'm still sticking with my whole thing that Pac is going to beat up the Young Bucks. I think that's going to be his next step, and then a step after that will be costing the title.
Okay.
You have any predictions for the future besides what we've said with Page and the Dark Order, and obviously Page eventually turning on Omega?
No, I think I don't see Moxley beating Jericho, only because Jericho is such a slimy bastard that he's gonna make it so that there's no way Moxley's gonna win, even though he should. Because
he's gonna get away with one, you think, at Revolution?
Yeah.
I think that could be the first title change. But as we stand right now, maybe not.
No, because it's their first pay-per-view.
That's their second.
So okay, I'm first for the year.
Yeah, first for the year.
Yeah, first for the year. So I'm expecting after Moxley losing to Jericho in that pay-per-view, that when they have the second one, pay-per-view, that Moxley will take it all.
Ooh, I don't agree, because I don't think they would build, because a lot of time is going to pass in between pay-per-views, like 3-4 months.
Okay.
I think this is Moxley's chance, and win or defeat, it's going to be someone else's chance the next time, right?
I just don't see Jericho losing that belt because he's such a dick.
And he's very effective.
Yeah, I think that if Moxley can't take it from him, then nobody can, and he'll have it for till 2021.
Oh, come on, he's not holding it all year.
I say he is.
No, he'll lose it at some point in 2020.
You think so?
Oh yeah.
Well, if he loses it to somebody other than Moxley, I don't know who he would lose it to. Because I don't think there's anybody that could beat Jericho right now other than Moxley.
Well, that's why I think Moxley is going to win in February.
Okay.
And then
I'll go with you on that.
And then you can build up whether it's Kenny Omega getting back at Moxley because he hasn't given up that battle, whether that's Pac getting another chance at the top, Paige turning a bad guy, maybe he gets to the top. There's a number of options. Obviously not Cody because he's a big fat loser.
He is a loser. Yeah, I don't see Cody ever getting the title. No freaking way. Oh my God.
Maybe the tag title at best.
He couldn't even get that.
Well, two very memorable episodes of Dynamite's Mother.
Yeah, for sure.
So you were very adamant about two very good matches.
I was.
So shall I put them both down as your top?
Yes.
So the 4-way dance and the
Pac, Darby Allin.
Darby Allin Pac.
And Pac, yeah.
Okay. And then, do you have a favorite wrestler?
My favorite wrestler, let me see.
And I actually like the Sammy Guevara Moxley match more than the Pac Darby Allin personally.
Well, yes and no. No. Well, yes, it was good. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Because actually, on that particular one, I finally actually got to see a little more of Sammy Guevara do some actual wrestling instead of being his usual ass self.
Right.
So that, in that respect, yes, that was a good match for that. But so my favorite wrestler, I liked. I'm going with my Adam Page.
Rhinestone Cowboy himself.
Yeah.
He does have one of the more intriguing stories going on right now.
He does.
It's easily to invest in.
Yeah.
Easy to invest in. There.
Yeah.
That's words.
Page and Moxley are my top two right now.
So the next time we record,
I still like Darby Allin.
The next time we record, you will actually be up here again for my birthday.
Yes.
And we'll have to watch a Dragon Gate show during that time.
I don't know how we're going to get that in since I'm not going to be there very long and we're going to ski for 2 days.
Oh, we'll just watch it watch it before bed. A couple nights. Over the course of a couple nights. Yeah, you heard me.
Oh my God.
Record Dynamite. Okay. Record the Dragon Gate show. We'll get it. We'll get it. That's what Sunday's for, because we're leaving early in the morning.
Sunday we're driving and we're eating.
Yeah. There you go.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, great. Another fun episode. Thank you for joining me, Mother.
Thanks for having me.
And everybody will hear your illustrious voice next time.
Cheers.
Yes, now I am joined with Jay to talk to some WXW, and then later in the cast he will join me with Stardom. But for now, we're talking WXW Back to the Roots 2020.
With the cage, like I can't say German things.
Käfigschlacht.
Käfigschlacht. There we go.
There you go. Yeah. There's a really, really funny moment at the end of the show when David Starr is celebrating with everyone, and he can't quite say it either, but he's super excited. He just goes, Avalanche, we won the Avalanche says it, Käfigschlacht, and he just, yes, the Käfigschlacht! He's all excited. It's great. So yeah, not the greatest Back to the Roots I've ever seen, but it served a purpose, I think, for more longer-term story of how we're going to go about 2020 for WXW. The first half of the show was very much a setup, building for 16 Karat Gold, and then the second half of the show was setting up for, be it other shows or building to the shows in between as we head to 16 Karat Gold in March.
I'm excited.
Yeah, they're building it well. And the reason why Back to the Roots wasn't probably up to par of past events is there hasn't been. They're doing different touring. So, like a couple years ago, there was the weekly show, Shotgun, which is what they used to run. The year before that was Road 2 shows. They would do one or two in between, and they'd post to the site, and that's how they would build through that. Now, they didn't do that this time. It was Anniversary, and then immediately, here we go, Back to the Roots.
Wasn't there a Road? I thought that was a Road 2 show here, but I guess not.
It never went up on the site. They did have one package referencing one of the house shows that they did to kind of fill in a gap of information, maybe further build something. So they used video packages to their advantage, something like what OTT does, right?
Yeah. Well,
which sidetrack? You know the guy who does the OTT video packages that are really good?
The amazing video packages are the best video packages on the independent wrestling scene, and maybe the wrestling scene in general.
Yeah, you know that guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, WWE hired him. He's no longer working for OTT.
Well, they've got Smallman
He did the
too,
video
so...
packages for Worlds Collide. He's gone.
Well, they've got Smallman there too, so, you know.
Everything from what I've heard out of NXT UK and people talking about the shows, that it's really boring because Smallman can't do Smallman things. He has to do WWE things.
Yeah, so I know that we're not talking about this right now, but I watched 101 Dalmatians, which is Progress Chapter 101. It felt kind of bland, I'm not going to lie to you. Like, you know what the main event is, obviously, but I'm not going to spoil it here, just in case you want to talk about it later. Yeah,
that's something that will be discussed on the next cast.
Yeah, I skipped about half of it, I'm not going to lie to you, but it just felt really bland.
Well, hotshot angles will do that, right? It's hard to get invested in things that just get thrown into disarray, and then one thing happens after another, and then you build the story. It's backwards, right?
Well, they did the best they can, I guess, with the friggin' scenario that they had, thanks to Tall and Bland, but...
No, they didn't have to do that, now did they?
Well, they wanted a defending champion, which, like you said, you'll talk about next time, but
yeah.
I guess what I'm just trying to say is, like, I'm giving Progress until Strong Style 16, which gives them 4 months to get back to how they used to be, fingers crossed, and rebuild my confidence in them as a promotion.
Well, it's building stars. Will they build more than one star is the question. That's the big question we've been asking for about a year now, ever since David Starr won Strong Style 16.
Well, yeah, like I said, they've got until Strong Style 16 this year. The end of that is going to determine whether or not I keep watching Progress or just watch their big shows.
So we are here for WXW in the Europe versus USA wrestling war I have created in my own fandom mind.
World War II.
I think it's... yeah, sure. Yeah, Germany against America. That's kind of what it's come down to. Along with the Joshi War, the Independent War, all kinds of wars. It's all about wars in 2020.
Nice.
So, to my shock, I stayed completely spoiler-free on this entire show, so everything was a surprise to me, including the very first matchup, where Lavaniel, who's, out of nowhere, this geek, this douchebag, this self-entitled millennial that he comes across. He's totally in love with himself. He's out for a match, and whom should come out is Marius Al-Ani. He is back from suspension. He even cuts a promo, more or less telling us, the fans, that, yeah, his suspension was, I figured it was like some sort of backstage thing, or he got popped for some drug, or no, he got into an altercation with a fan on one of the Road 2 shows. And he did his time. He admitted fault, and now he's here to make amends and put his hat into 16 karat. And his first victim is this douchebag Lavaniel, who's all of a sudden over with the crowd, which is baffling to me. It's just out of nowhere. Everyone's putting up heart signs and whatnot. Really giving me kind of like the Fandango type vibe. To make a... yeah. Just something that has gotten over out of nowhere on the house show circuit that WXW does, and basically a glorified 4-minute squash match. Al-Ani makes short work of him, introduces a new finishing move, which is like a Michinoku FU.
Oh, dude, it looked like death.
It was pretty awesome looking. He even cuts a promo after the match, just telling everyone basically to piss off. It's his year. He's going to be the winner, and none of these. And he makes a very good reference to all of these UK like invaders getting put into his spotlight, and you know, the Germans aren't getting over. More or less is what I took about it. And then whom should come out but Kara fucking Noir? He's putting his hat into 16 karat as well. They have a stare down. If that's not a good build for a story going into 16 karat, I don't know what is. I'm very hyped for that. How about you, Jay?
Dude, I freaking love me some Kara Noir, and he's just kind of burst onto my scene in this last 4 months, and I love him.
He has exploded throughout the independent scene in Europe. Him and the OJMO, but mostly Kara Noir. He's really gotten his name out there, and now he's come to Germany. He faced our boy in Denmark. In a nice little... No, he faced him in Sweden, actually.
We're talking about our boy Michael Finn.
Yeah. Yeah, that was that good match in Sweden, of all places.
Yeah.
Just
out of nowhere, it's like, cool.
Yeah, that was a cool match. He even provided us with a Facebook link to watch that match. It was cool.
Yeah.
The very next match was kind of an up-and-comers match, even though Lucky Kid is in his mid to late 20s. He's facing 19-year-old Scotty Davis. Now, he's busted onto the German scene officially. I can only imagine that Scotty Davis is also going to be in 16 karat this year.
Yeah, one would assume.
Yeah. This wasn't to the level of match I was expecting, but it was still pretty solid. They went 14 minutes. They basically, it was almost like they were feeling each other out for the first time, and then they sort of got into a groove, but it never reached that level of good to great. Lucky Kid does end up winning, and he did have a pre-match little video promo of, he admits that 2020 kind of fell off for him. He got distracted with feuds, like with the Fall of Rise, and with whom we didn't see on the show at all was a lot of just the tag teams in general. The Purge Club, they were absent, so I'm glad that they've kind of gotten rid of that. They finished out that story, and Lucky Kid can now move on. He got a good victory over Scotty Davis in storyline, and we're going into 16 karat. So can he win 2 years in a row? Remains to be seen. At least now he has a lot of credibility going into the tournament going forward. Or maybe there's other plans for him.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. Him winning friggin' Carrot last year was like very surprising for us both.
It was extremely surprising. Nobody saw it coming. That's for sure. The issue is with what they did with it afterwards. So in hindsight, him winning 16 Carat probably wasn't the best decision in the world.
Yeah,
with him not getting the shot at the top.
Yeah, it kind of fell flat. Like Thatcher might have been a better option going into that, but then we wouldn't have had that amazing pop that we got with him with Shortcut to the Top.
Well, the Thatcher Shortcut to the Top thing was a rousing success. He ended up winning the title and then losing it at the anniversary show, whom another guy we didn't see on the show at all, which was quite surprising. I thought at least they might have had a backstage skit with him or something or another.
Nah, it seems like they're just building for David Starr versus our boy Bobby Guns.
Well, that is the plan going forward. Just moving on with this show, the rotation seems to be at a full bill of health for the first time in like 2 years. He's a German who learned a lot of lucha stuff, so he really stands out. He's different from everybody else. I do like that about him, but as long as he can stay healthy, perhaps we can see more of him. He was against a guy by the name of Golden Boy Santos, a WXW grad. I can more or less describe him as a taller, out-of-shape Tyler Bate from Portugal.
Nice.
That's what he looks like. He's got a ridiculous look to him. The mustache is what makes him a lot like Tyler Bate, so maybe if he shaves that, he won't look like him. That's probably not the best decision.
Look, I'm just saying this now. Like, I get it, and mustache mount and everything, but we're probably not best describing him as a Tyler Bate person here, dude. Scotty Davis has a glorious mustache.
Well, he has the glorious mustache, but I'm telling you, Jay, I know you didn't watch this match, but if you see this guy, Golden Boy Santos, you'd be like, is that Tyler Bate in like 14 years, and he grew a foot, and he's fat?
I'm gonna look him up, and I'll see if I can find a Google image of him.
Yeah, you might get his Twitter. That's the best.
Golden Boy Santos?
Yes. Wrestler Golden Boy Santos. The rotation does get the win, and that led us into the Shotgun title match, which was my match of the night. It's Jay Skillett defending the Shotgun title against Mentor Senpai, Absolute Dad, Absolute Andy. They went 15 minutes of glory comedy.
Dude, he's an out-of-shape Tyler Bate.
Yeah, I told you.
Yes.
It's like looking at Brody King, and you go, that's an out-of-shape, taller Aleister Black, Tommy End.
Yeah, for sure. That was, Yep.
So, Jay Skillett and Absolute Andy, they kind of mess about so the bell rings, they mess about, they're like stretching for a little while, they're like pumping each other up, they're running the ropes, and the ref is like, come on boys, fight. But they won't stop, kind of like teasing they're gonna fight. They're just kind of playing around. And then eventually the ref just gets fed up. He grabs a chair, puts it in the corner of the ring, and then one of the crewmen gives him a muffin. He just starts eating it as they keep going at it.
Yes, I need to watch this now. Great.
And then basically from that point forward, they try to fool each other for a little while, doing Absolute Andy stuff, and Skillet learning from Senpai here. After a little bit of messing about, they start having a real match. But what's happening is Absolute Andy and Skillet are doing like all of the big mainstream wrestling finishes and burying every move imaginable. Whether that's the F5, the super kick, the FU, everything, the spear, just every big move that you can think of. That's all they used. So it's really funny. And the way the match ends is there's a ref bump, sort of. It's like a light one. And then as the ref turns around, Absolute Andy feigns that he got hit in the dick. So now he's like, DQ his ass. And then Skillet, at first he goes, no. And then he goes, wait, ref, if I get disqualified, I keep my title, right? And the ref checks with Tommy Neeson on the outside. And then over the intercom, he goes, yes, it is in fact true. If absolute Andy is disqualified, or if Skillet's disqualified, he will keep his title. And then Andy immediately gets up, no, he hit me in the leg, right in the inside, no. Just amazing. And then there's another, like, turnabout of fair play. Ref gets turned around again, and then Skillet feigns getting hit in the balls, because even if Andy gets DQ'd, Skillet keeps his title. So then Andy's like, no. And that plays into it. Skillet does end up getting the win through shenanigans. It was fantastic. I highly recommend it. It was the match of the night by far. And then they even have a nice little backstage thing where they're still buds. Andy's like, you got me. So their friendship retains. It's good stuff.
Now, in your opinion, is this comedy match of the year?
Right now, yes.
Well,
I liked it more than the reverse rumble from Progress.
But was it as good or better than the Anti-Fun Police versus JAA?
No, that one was a level of absurd that may not be reached for years.
This sounds like it's pretty insane, and I kind of need to go watch it.
Yeah, the ref eating the muffin was quite good. I was in stitches throughout this entire match.
Was the ref Tasudo Young?
It was not Tassilo Young.
Oh, that would have been perfect if it was.
It would have played quite well. I don't think he was. I don't recall him being on the show, actually.
Damn it! Because if it was him, dude, it just would have made this whole situation even better.
Maybe another time. Yeah, I don't recall the ref sticking out in this. That's the thing about WXW and its referees is they make you know who the guys are, right, and their importance. And they even play a little bit into storylines. But then when they aren't needed, they really do take a backseat in the matches. So, in between here, we get a long, drawn-out presentation of Lavagno making a second appearance of the show. So I didn't really care for this at all. But just getting to the point here, Karsten Beck comes out. He's being a weird heel GM because because he's in love with Amal or something or another. Basically, Melanie Gray and her loser man, can't think of his name off the top of my head. There'll be a mixed tag match in Bielefeld featuring Amal and Lavagno facing Melanie Gray and her loser man. And it has to be in Bielefeld because, as we remember last year, Jay, Toni Storm beat Melanie Gray in a loser leaves town match. So all that entails is she can't wrestle in Oberhausen specifically. And if she wins this mixed tag in Bielefeld, then she can be welcomed back into Oberhausen. So there's always ways around various stipulations. So this is why I think, just making an AEW reference, Cody can never challenge for the world title again. Well, that's the key word, challenge. Someone else can put him in the match or something or another. There's always turnabout is fair play kind of thing, right?
Fair enough.
So
yeah, that makes sense.
This just took forever. Just to get to the point. It was really weird and out of place. I didn't like it. I do like the end result of it all, but there was no reason for it to be this long.
So, are you excited? Melanie Gray's going to beat Amal and then challenge for the title at Night 2 of Strong. Wrong tournament. 16 Carat.
Yeah, that would be a nice little story. She comes back. She took a lot of time off, probably to train a lot of the women in the WXW dojo.
Oh, was she a trainer?
Oh yeah, she's like the only female trainer in Europe that's not in Eve.
Huh.
Yeah. I if you can go on WXW's site, there is an interview with her where she kind of goes into detail over how when she started, just the cliff notes, when she started and WXW started, there is no woman trainer in basically Central Europe outside the UK. It's basically her and the other guys at the academy in WXW. So it gives you a lot of perspective on the state of kind of women's wrestling in Europe and why it's not widely seeked out, one might say.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Is Amal trained from WXW or is she from somewhere in France?
Well, she's from somewhere in France.
Yeah, no, I get that, but like, was she trained from VXV?
I'm sure she's been in the academy a number of times.
Fair enough.
Yeah, she is one of their like few full-time wrestlers in WXW, so women-wise.
Mm.
What should have been the main event, but because the real main event was a barbed wire steel cage, which the barbed wire basically played no part. Really makes you think now. Anyways, 8-man steel cage match. Avalanche, David Starr, Julian Pace, Leon Von Gasteren taking on the Young Stunners, Bobby Guns, Norman Harris, and the Pretty Bastards, your tag champions. Well, match went 28 minutes. It is, for those that don't know, just about every year there's always some sort of crazy... There's always 2 cage matches. One is usually kind of a blood feud culmination coming to an end, and then the other is kind of a War Games.
Yeah, like last year we had Rise versus Rise, and then we had in the main event Andy versus Ilya. Yeah. So
this year was basically the Young Stunners at 16, not 16 carat, at a Shortcut to the Top. Pretty Bastards and a couple accomplices took out Van Gasteren, and later at another show they took out Pace. That played it, and then another one was they cost David Starr the title. So there's a lot going on here, a lot of history that they've built up to, and it culminated in... I mean, WXW doesn't mess around with... They just go, coin flip was tossed, and the heels always win. They're not stupid.
Seems
right?
legit.
Yeah. They just go, heels win. Or they'll book an angle where the heels will win. They've never messed up ruining the stipulation of their kayfabe schlock. They make it a big deal, and this is Avalanche's specialty. He's never lost. This is his 4th year in a row being in the match, and he's on the winning side yet again. David Starr...
You just lied. He wasn't in it last year. You're a liar.
4 out of 5 years.
Yeah, you're a liar. They're telling you a false story here, JD. Stop lying to everyone.
I am mistaken. I apologize.
Liar.
So, David Starr came true on his promise of making Norman Harris tap out, and that's what he did. He did a pretty cool crossface with a chair spot, and that's what Norman Harris had to do. He had to tap out. There was no stupid pinfalls. You had to submit. That was the stipulation. That is the stipulation of War Games. None of this pinfall bullshit. The match was really long. It really dragged on, but hey, it all culminated, and that is the point. There was a really funny spot they went for. It just didn't work out. So I believe it was Maggot on the cage door, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's on one side of it, and I believe it was Julian Pace whom kicked it. Right? Kicked it from the inside and out. The idea was to kick it so hard the door swings around and runs Maggot into the side back first, right?
Mm-hmm.
The door swings and he just goes into it. Well, he kicks it and he goes like halfway and then stops and he slowly goes back. So it's just oops. So then David Starr and Julian then kick it both at the same time, and it goes a little bit faster, but it was super weak. So he just kind of barely touches the other side back first, and he just kind of falls.
Nice.
I love it when they have great ideas and it just executes so poorly, and you just can't help but laugh.
Nice.
Yeah. The way the Pretty Bastards were taken out was kind of cool. It was one of those 5 feet drops, German suplex through a table each, from Van Gasteren and Pace. So that was good. Bobby Guns was taken out of the match. He wasn't pinned, so nothing booking wise, nothing was wrong with this. It just wasn't that exciting of a match.
Fair enough.
Then our main event, barbed wire steel cage, where Jurn Simmons and Alexander James decided they were gonna go 21 minutes and beat the fuck out of each other and make them bleed each other's blood.
Yeah.
And you saw this one.
I woke up at about the final third.
Yeah. So what'd you think of that final third?
It was good. These two beat the crap out of each other, and I really like the symmetry that happened with friggin' Jurn getting the kendo stick and just beating the crap out of him, a la what happened at the anniversary show.
Yeah, there was a lot of callbacks to their previous matches, especially with the kendo stick spot. So there was a purpose. Alexander James had apparently hidden a kendo stick within the barbed wire on top of the cage, I don't know how it got up there, but that's what he did, so he got it into the match somehow. There was no shortage of blood in this. It really felt like a blood feud. I rather enjoyed this match. Was it great? No. But it served every purpose in the world for getting it over. At one point, even Alexander James was calling for Killer Kelly to come out and help him. And, of course, as we know from the anniversary show, she just decided to leave for 3 months.
Yeah, she's gone to NXT UK.
Yeah. Bye. Yeah, where she probably won't be used and will be jobbed out. Anyways.
That's just what happens.
So this was a satisfying end. Again, the Absolute Andy J. Skillet match is really my only recommendation of a match to truly check out. If you've followed the Jurn Simmons-Alexander James storyline, then I believe you'd be satisfied with the ending to this. But the last 2 matches was definitely a case of I feel they both went too long.
Fair enough.
Yeah. It's, that I say this time and time again, that 20-minute is that sweet spot for a great match, but if you get to that point and it's not a great match, then you've gone over the limit. Meanwhile, Skillet and Andy went that nice little sweet 15, where they're not trying to blow you away, they're just trying to do what their job is. And
that's to make you laugh.
And that's what they did. Their job was to make us laugh, enjoy a match, and that's what happened. So that's why it's match of the night. Post-show, everyone got their revenge, so the results are Andy and Skillet are still buds. Avalanche is going back after the Shotgun title, so beware Skillet, our boy. David Starr admits his failure to Bobby Guns and Karsten Beck, because Bobby Guns calls him out of all of his failures, him quitting WXW last year, then just coming back because he felt like it. And Karsten Beck just goes, he's right. And David Starr just goes, yeah, you know what? How about this? I'll put my WXW career on the line for a shot at Bobby Guns' unified title, and Bobby Guns, with just a sweet little smile on his face, just goes, you idiot. Yeah, I would take that match to get the possibility of getting rid of you permanently. In Bobby Guns' mind, he likes his title, but he likes the idea of David Starr permanently going away better. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So, how do you feel about this whole, career or never challenging for the title again kind of stipulations?
If it's followed through, I like them. But
they
I think
never are.
I know, but that's the thing. AEW pulled it a little bit too early, in my opinion. But this also gets Cody out of the title picture for the foreseeable future. So I'm fine with it. The question is, what exactly is going to happen here? Because we both, I'm tipping you're on the same boat as me here. I'm fully expecting David to get screwed. Because that's just what happens to David Starr. He
does, but the stupid, I hate it when stipulations you cross the line with stipulations like this. Your WXW career, then what? He's going to meet in Bobby Guns doesn't wrestle really anywhere other than, I guess, Wrestling Cult in Germany. Is he going to meet him there and take the title? I don't think so. I don't see that happening.
Is
there something with David Starr we don't know?
Here's the thing. Now, hypothetically, I'm just throwing this out there, right? Because I also mentioned the fact that he has been beaten by Walter just countless times.
Sure.
So, hypothetically speaking here, let's say he does get fired, loses his WXW career, and then in order for him, in a year or so to come back, what if he has to beat Walter?
Like a one-off stipulation, they just say. I mean,
it kind of ties into the Melanie Gray thing.
Yeah, but that was a loser leaves town, and the town was Oberhausen.
Technically, yes, it's a loser leaves town.
Right, it wasn't a loser leaves promotion match. It wasn't I will retire stipulation, right?
Well, this being said, dude, freaking, with retirements and all that crap, how, wrestling people never retire and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, I know. I never like these high-end stipulations in the wrestling matches. It really takes me out of it because it's either you obey the stipulation or just say, I don't know, David Starr can't be in 16 karat. Do something like that.
That could work. But
he can't be in Shortcut to the Top if he loses, or anything. Or as long as you're... I'm a big fan... You know what I'm a big fan of?
Mm-hmm.
I can never challenge you for the title again. This is it. I like that stipulation.
Maybe that's the idea they were going for with Cody.
Because he said I can never challenge for the title again.
I know, but guaranteed at some point he's going to be AEW champion.
Well, he has to be. I mean, we all expect that's why it's stupid with the whole high-end stipulation. But anyways, WXW looking good going into 16 karat. Bobby Guns versus David Starr. Career versus title. Lucky Kid, Al-Ani, Car Noir. I would imagine Absolute Andy and Avalanche would be in it as well.
What about Jay Skillet? Is he going to be in there?
Well, I mean, he's the shotgun champion. They usually have like a 4-way at the 16 karat days.
Fair enough.
It's kind of their thing. I guess we'll see where it goes. I do like the build going for it. It was a solid show, but my ultimate result for AEW versus WXW for January is AEW with the Bash at the Beach compared to Back to the Roots is an outstanding victory for AEW.
Well, it took place on a cruise ship.
It took place on a fucking boat. Even though WXW had a Käfigschlacht.
That's not as cool as a boat.
Are you sure? I said it cool.
Yeah, you said it in German. That doesn't make it cool. It just means you get like
that
bilingual.
Automatically makes it German. That is the rule of German.
Yeah, but I thought like in German you just need to like say things angrily.
Was that not angry enough for you?
Do it angry, AJD.
I don't wanna. Alright, so
wanna.
That was Europe versus USA, 1 point for AEW. I will now transition into the Indie Wrestling War, Beyond versus Limitless. I went to those 2 show lives. And Jay, when we come back, we're going to talk about some Stardom.
Woo!
All right. Alrighty. Welcome back for the Independent Wrestling War. Yes, that was Marty Skrull's music. Just occurred to me, I do not have a Limitless Wrestling drop made. Gonna have to get on that. So I'm gonna do this recap of Limitless Wrestling a little bit different. I'm gonna go from basically the top to the bottom. Hopefully I can get through this pretty quick. I went to both live shows. I went to the Limitless show on January 24th, taking place in Yarmouth, Maine. It is called Flirtin with Disaster. For those that don't know, Limitless Wrestling is an independent promotion in Maine. Not unlike Beyond Wrestling, which is pretty much to the, I guess the greater New England area of Mass, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. They've been to New York once before. But anyways, Limitless Wrestling, Flirtin with Disaster, Yarmouth, Maine. Headlined by a triple threat title match for the Limitless title. Anthony Green, the champion, defending against Christian Casanova and Ace Romero. Yes, Ace Romero is a local. He is a Limitless Wrestling original. He is from Maine. I think he's from Bangor, Maine, or something or another. So this was your big marquee event. This was your big match, and I can say right away this was the independent match of the weekend in which I saw. Ace Romero not getting a hometown reception. Christian Casanova, the crowd exploded for. This guy is on just a heavy rise. It's pretty incredible to see. Anthony Green being the champion was kind of the middleman. And noticing this right away, Ace Romero ends up turning heel in this match, or like playing a heel role. This match had a couple spots that just scared the piss out of me. One in particular, as I prep myself with some tea. One in particular was at the start of the match, basically. Ace Romero's on the outside. He's taking on Anthony Green. Christian Casanova does a flip tope in which Ace Romero catches him in a powerbomb position on his shoulders. It was awesome to see. But what takes place afterwards was utterly terrifying. Ace Romero, I don't know what was going through his head. He's like, man, I'm going to powerbomb this guy on the apron, Kevin Owens style. No. I should powerbomb him on this hardwood floor. Oh, that would just get a big thump on the ground. What does he do? He goes, see what happens. I'll just throw him at both. So Casanova's head and neck hit the edge of the apron and nothing else. and then he just cracks to the ground. Oh, disgusting to see. I thought he died. Thought he killed a guy. Ace Romero plays it off as he's just done the most dastardly thing. If this was planned, my God, don't do this ever again. Don't even try. So then they somehow Casanova does get back in the match, and Ace Romero, I don't know if Casanova, like, hit on his wife or something, or girlfriend, in the back before this match, because Ace Romero had an agenda to drop this dude on his head and neck. Just gross. Spike pile drivers. Did a Canadian Destroyer spot in which Ace Romero just couldn't get all the way over because he's a big, thick boy. And Casanova, like, necked himself really hard on the backflip. Just, look, my utter scared recap of this just doesn't do it justice. Anthony Green was just a paramount professional. He was both roles between face and heel. I don't know how he did it. He played it well. There's a Tower of Terror spot, not a Tower of Doom. As they're approaching the end of the match, Anthony Green's got Casanova set up for a superplex, and then Romero comes up for the powerbomb spot. But instead of just doing the up and over, they do up and they pause. They do a hesitation Tower of Doom spot, aka Tower of Terror. And there's a split second where it looks like they're going to go the other way to the outside of the ring where fans are sitting down, myself included, thinking these three guys are going to fall over the top rope and land on me. Oh my God, I was terrified. I'm next to DL Hurst and another guy of Limitless promotion wrestlers, and those two guys, my God, they were on their toes. They were ready to fucking catch these guys and push the fans out of the way, myself included. I was ready to just jump, but there was like other people in the row in front of me just looking up, like, hey, that's cool if they fall on me. My God. Well, after this just scared shitless match that I had witnessed, and as much as I just kept getting into it and it was awesome, just Casanova getting thrown on his neck, Romero just being a beastly bad guy. How does this end? Casanova kicks Romero. Anthony Green throws Casanova to the side, and of course he goes neck first in a turnbuckle. And Anthony Green gets the push heel win, stolen victory. A 3-way finish. I swear, just in the first month of 2020, I've seen 9 fucking times. I think every triple threat match I have seen in 2020 has ended this way. Fuck this finish. I hate it so much. My reaction to this finish was just, I hate it so much. Please make it stop. So anyways, Anthony Green calls out Chris Dickinson post-match. So at the end of February, which I'll be sure to get my ticket to and make this 3-hour trek back up, I'm going to see Chris Dickinson, the dirty fucking daddy, take on Retrosexual AG for the Limitless title. Hell yeah. And then just right fast, the Impact Tag Champions, Ethan Boring Page. He just smiles the whole time and cracks jokes. But Josh Alexander was a fucking machine, taking on the quote-unquote Defenders, the main State Posse tag team of Danger Kid and Aiden Aggro. Dude, this team's got something. I'm pretty new to Limitless Wrestling. I watched their Twilight Zone big show last December that I covered on the podcast. Main State Posse, they're the big babyface faction group, and they have something going. I want to see more of these guys every time. This is great. They get the shock roll-up victory after a solid tag team match. Dude, kudos. I want to get a pin of the Main State Posse immediately. The show opened up with Brian Pillman Jr. taking on big fat Southern boy J.D. Drake. I've only ever seen him in tag action. This was the first time I've ever seen J.D. Drake in singles action. And he beat the shit out of Brian Pillman Jr. Brian Pillman Jr. isn't the best wrestler I've ever seen, but he's got it. I've mentioned this before via the MLW, that Pillman has that look of a wrestler. He carries himself so well, and even in his ring presence, it's all so great. He just gets that ring stature up, like the ring work. This dude's going places. He's winning titles. JD Drake really put the hurting on the guy. And JD Drake wins off a big fat moonsault that just crushes Pillman Jr., poor guy. Daniel Garcia took on Oswald Project of Chikara Note. Goofy guy that wants to hug and not really want to fight. It doesn't do anything for me. If you're in a wrestling match and you don't want to fight, then just lay down. Oswald Project wants to hug and whatever. So Garcia makes short work of the guy, big heel heat. Calls out management in the back to bring him some real challengers, a real competition, and hey, Chris Statlander's music hits. She answers the call. They have a good solid, I think it was like a 7-minute match. And if you want the time stamps, on Twitter at BowlingJD, you can actually backtrack on my timeline. Over this past weekend of January 24th, you can see I kept track of all the times of every match. And that's what they were. So, Ashley Vox defeated Tasha Steeles of both of NWA Note. They didn't have a very good match. Was not into it. The crowd was pretty dead. We had the Thick Boy Throwdown of a Limitless feud that's been going on. John Silver taking on Puff, in which Puff beat John Silver, and then they clanged beers afterwards in respect for one another. A challenge accepted match, JT Dunn taking on CJ Cruz, which CJ Cruz I've seen him Beyond quite a lot recently, especially in December. Saw him a few times. He was in, I believe, the tournament for tomorrow. And I gotta say, CJ Cruz over the past month and a half, he's slimmed down. His moves look smoother. He's always in the right place. Credit to JT Dunn as well, being the consummate professional he is. He was very good in this match. Just played his role excellent. No complaints about this match at all. I quite enjoyed this. This was great to see. CJ Cruz looks twice as good as he did a month ago. Great improvement. Looks better. Looks smoother. Good job here. Oh, JT Dunn does win. Puts the boots to Cruz afterwards. So there you go. And Briggs called him out after the match. Speaking of Briggs, Alexander Lee versus Jody Threat versus Briggs versus Blackwood in a fatal 4-way. Briggs wins after killing Blackwood via the chokeslam powerbomb. Returning Kirkwood, of formerly, I guess he's a deathmatch guy, CZW. I believe the Alexander Lee and bald bastard manager, Kirkwood, they were all part of the Main State Posse, as it was explained to me in the past, and they kind of had a falling out. Then they had this feud. Kirkwood came back, took care of Lee and the manager, chased them off, and it led into a 3-way in which Briggs ended up getting the win. Fun match. And then Alec Price versus Danhausen in a goofy comedy match. Alec Price is not very good. He's got a long way to go. He seems kind of out of it half the time. So, as I move on to Beyond Wrestling, and I'll give my full live experience recap afterwards when I get through with Beyond Wrestling and I play the drop. Yes, sir. Beyond Wrestling, the promotion I've been to the most of the past couple years. Please come back. January 25th, 2020, Foxborough, Massachusetts, the day after Limitless Wrestling. So what this is the mainstays of Beyond Wrestling pick an opponent whom has never been in Beyond Wrestling before, and they have a match. And if they become important of note or get a good reception of the crowd, odds are you will see them again. So the Chuck O'Neil defeats Brian Pillman Jr. in the opening match. So 2 nights in a row, Pillman was in the opening match. Pillman again just getting the hurt beaten down on him, poor guy. The second match was Bear Country taking on The Rep, Dave McCall and Nate Carter. Zero familiarity with The Rep, and boy, do I want to see more of them. Bear Country defeats The Rep in... actually, I think all of these matches were 10 minutes, basically. Well, except one, but... this was a really fun tag team match. I recommend it. It's on my list of top tag matches through January. I'm making my list of top tag matches of the year. Top multi-man matches, I should say. This was followed by Willow Nightingale defeating Jaden Vallow, a tiny cruiserweight type guy. This guy's flipping all over the place. Willow Nightingale being, well, she looked great in this match. Vallow looked good. There was some slip-ups, some botches, but hey, it didn't bother me. This was very fun to watch. And Willow wins. So you see a theme here. All of the Beyond guys are winning. The team, whatever it takes, Alex Reynolds, VSK, Mark Sterling, they all come out with various New York sports team jerseys, Islanders, Yankees, and Giants, which had an Eli Manning jersey on. They're taking on the Main State Posse, and they had an old school heel face tag team affair. It was great. There was brass knuckles involved, in which then the Main State Posse avoided it, and then got the pin, but then being smart Mark Sterling over here, he set them up for the ref to reverse the decision with getting framed that the Main State Posse used the Knucks to win. So good heel heat here. It was great. Main State Posse, again, just looks fucking fantastic. I love watching these guys. I can't wait to see more of them going forward. The match of the night was easily, in my opinion, Orange Cassidy taking on Dan Champion. The most, generic creator wrestler looking guy you can imagine. Like Biff from Back to the Future type shit. Really, really funny shtick. There was so many kids in the crowd wearing, denim jackets. Orange Cassidy was beyond over. More you can... hey, that's a good pun I accidentally did. He's beyond over, more than you can imagine. Dan Champion just playing the perfect foil for the Orange Cassidy shtick and wrestler. This was a super fun match. I was great, and at this point I was already 3 beers deep and really starting to feel it, so then I had to really slow down. So that was the intermission, and if you go to my Twitter, you will see that the line where Orange Cassidy was set up was out the door. It was absolutely crazy. So much so that tons of kids were in front of him. You don't want to say AEW is hurting independent wrestling. This is a case where it certainly is not. This place was absolutely packed. The crowd was super hot. My one complaint about what I'll say. I'll save that for the finish. So Orange Cassidy super over. Line out the door. Clearly he's killing the business. Anthony Green beat debuting Little Mean Kathleen. She's part of the ring crew, been training a while. This was supposed to be her debut. She gets squashed. Anthony Green talks some shit. Whom should come out with Ava Everett other than Oswald Project? So he's back. They have a goofy match. Again, Oswald Project and his whole I don't want to fight mentality just doesn't do it for me. And this is where the show just starts to go downhill for me. Solo Darling is taking on it's Jakob Hammermeyer with a German shtick, but he has no German background or anything to him, so this match fell flat to me. John Silver's taking on Lana's actual first ex-husband, Eric James. This match also fell pretty flat. It started out pretty well. Eric James even came out to singing Backstreet Boys. And then he told the crowd to shut up and let him sing the song, not you. So that was pretty funny. There was a crazy fucking spot in which Eric James is going to do a Hurricane Rana spot off the top, a Frankensteiner, if you will. Silver catches this dude behind his back because Eric James jumped too far up and over. Silver, being the meat man himself, catches this dude from killing himself, going up and over. Silver catches this dude and then power bombs him back in the ring. I was like, dear God. I don't know how he saved this dude's life, but he did. And Silver, yes, has continuing to kick guys in the throat on his little Daniel Bryan kick Karate Kid situation. So this is what he's doing now. I think he's held back. He's holding back the last couple times. Chris Statlander defeated TJ Crawford in a really nothing match. He looked okay. I was just not into. And then the main event was Jake Something defeating Josh Briggs, the only man of new to Beyond actually beat the person who invited them. This match was okay. It didn't. This is something I've noticed with Josh Briggs. Whenever he's in the main event, there's always something that falls flat, or it's overbooked, or something goes awry here. Whether it was the Josh Briggs Green Future Tomorrow match, the Josh Briggs main event from Heavy as Lies the Crown a year ago against Gage, where something, like, none of it is really Briggs's fault, but something just always seems to go wrong and not get the match as over as they were probably helping. So anyways, how I'm going to score this is clearly from the live experience. The matches are what they are. If you have the best match and I'm the most excited, I will remember it. What it comes down to, I thought, like, the first half, I'm like, oh my god, Beyond, I'm just losing my shit, I'm having a great time. And then that second half just died for me. While the crowd is way better at Beyond. This is undisputable. Limitless has a much more low-key crowd. It's in the middle of nowhere, Maine. But the matches from bottom to top with the main event at Limitless blew Beyond out of the water. Beyond was very long. It was very hard to see in this venue basically the entire time. Just packed house at the Six Strings Grill in Foxborough. So with my favorite matches coming from the Limitless show was very much more low key. I had a great time drinking beer at both places. I had pizza at the Limitless show, which was fantastic. I love that. Like $3 for 2 slices of giant piece of pie. That was great. So Limitless Wrestling gets the first point in the independent wrestling war for me, as I make a note of it. And that will finish that off. So now, I will transfer back over to Jay, in which we will do the Joshi War. When we come back, it will be Puro War time. There we go. All right, Jay, back for more. Time for Stardom.
Indeed.
Are you adorkable?
I am not adorkable, but I'm hoping you played the Adorkable One's music.
I did, just for you.
Thank you.
Clear. It's the Joshi War. It's Ice Ribbon versus Stardom. Starting off with, well, Stardom.
Are we covering the dark match, or are we not covering the dark match?
Oh, pfft. We got to talk Osaka Day and Night from January 11th, 2020. I really just want to talk about the Kagetsu versus Julia match.
It's been a while since I watched that, but sure.
That was the 15-minute draw.
Yep, okay. Let's see how much I remember.
Okay. This was kind of supposed to be the match to take Julia over the edge. She's facing stronger and stronger opponents. Ever since having the big singles match at Year End Climax against Hana Kimura. Building up to that and in between and whatnot, she faced Saki and a number of other opponents. She's slowly trying to build up, I guess, her own faction, her own group, and her singles credibility. Okay? And that's what this match was to serve a purpose for. Kagetsu, as we know, is on her retirement road. She's on her way out. So whom to put over more than the up-and-coming star, which is Julia. This match, in my opinion, had way too much ground game which is a Kagetsu specialty, but not a Julia specialty. She's more of a brawler, much more in the same realm as Hana Kimura. Although Hana, at this point in her career, is much better at the ground game.
Mm-hmm.
So this kind of fell flat to me for a lot of it. Julia did drop Kagetsu on her head a lot. I counted at least 4 times. Just absolutely killed her a few times, so...
I'm sure she's
Kagetsu is wrapped up like a mummy, not going to her retirement road, but if she has neck problems, at least for days, this wouldn't shock me, right?
Well,
did you think the 15-minute draw was the right decision, or do you think Kagetsu should have put her over completely clean?
I think she should have put her over clean. Now, I'm saying that because Kagetsu, as we just discussed, is not going to be here for much longer, and you've got to build up the next generation of stuff. Mm-hmm. Julia is being marketed as one of the faces of Stardom moving forward, and it would have been a good feather in her hat.
So, what the draw does, I think it's too early. So, the importance of wins in Japan is very much highlighted. And beating someone like Kagetsu, whether it's clean or by submission, that is establishing the opponent at a higher level. Like, they've reached the next level that puts them on a certain tier, right?
Right.
And where Julia is currently at in her singles career, I don't think is that level to win clean. So this 15-minute draw, you can't beat her, right?
But you can match her.
And that will get her to a certain level, because we've seen Tom Nakano draw Kagetsu in the past. We've seen Mayu a number of times draw with Kagetsu, so it's almost like a status quo. So this draw was more or less kind of easy to predict, at least in my mind.
Fair enough.
Knowing the history. And that'll lead us into not much else to talk about on the rest of the shows there, other than...
Don't want to talk about friggin' Saya Kamitani versus Kagetsu in a match that I thought was going to make Saya look better than it actually did.
What did you think about it?
I thought it was
Besides what you just said. It was fine.
I thought it was fine.
Yeah, it was fine.
But I was really hoping for more out of Saya here, but, I guess not.
No, not yet.
Fair enough.
In due time. The other story that was leading up to it is Julia needs to find teammates to have a unit battle against Hana Kimura and her little team at the 9th anniversary show. And in between then, Julia and Miyagi had lost a tag team match, and then Miyagi was just pushed off to the side. Don't need that trash. Julia's going to find better partners. And as I said, at the top of the show, there was the Just Tap Out show, Taka Michinoku's promotion, and after the Utami Micah match, Julia basically made an open recruitment for Micah.
Was the Utami Micah match actually any good? Because I didn't watch it.
If you like a judo match, then yes.
I'll check it out then. I got nothing better to do. I'll check it out.
So that leads us into the January 19th, 2020, the 9th anniversary show from Stardom. I will not be talking about the dark matches because I don't watch them. But I did watch the 3-way match, Azumi defeating Starlight Kid and Zoe Sky, in a nice little 6-minute showcase, high-speed title match as they go through the high-speed gauntlet. There is a high-speed kind of round-robin tournament going on, which... is it too easy to predict Azumi versus Starlight Kid in the final?
Yes, because I think Starlight Kid's lost both of her matches so far in the tournament.
So then she's the babyface comeback, which is very standard, and Azumi is
I think it's going to be Layla versus Azumi in the finals, dude.
You think so? I mean, Layla Hirsch, she's green. She's got a little ways to go. I don't know.
Stardom do tend to book foreigners fairly strong, though.
It depends on if Layla Hirsch has a longer role there. This could be just a big, long, 3-month tour for her.
Well,
although she has looked a lot better immediately from what I've seen in Beyond Wrestling. She is a Beyond Wrestling regular, so I've seen her live a lot.
So, were you excited to see what she'll be able to do in Stardom then, or were you just a little bit concerned knowing that you've seen her in the past and she never really stood out to you?
It's really funny seeing her in like tag matches and whatnot, like the one later, which we'll get to. So I'll just save that thought for a second. But it's really funny seeing the miscommunications between Layla Hirsch and the Japanese women.
Are you talking about the corner spot?
Oh, that one's the most egregious. Yeah, it was really funny.
That was good.
All right. So Azumi picks up a nice little win there. Zoe Sky, the former Dust, she looks phenomenal these days.
Yes, she does.
I mean, if what she's been able to do and just be a really solid, like a mid-card hand, I guess that's the way to put it. Her role in Stardom could go a long way, and if AEW needs good hands like this for their women's division. They have their people they want to push, they have their people they want to develop. To me, right now, from what I've seen from Zoe Sky in Stardom, she seems like that good hand to be in matches to put the talent over.
You know, I can for sure see that. Like, the first time I ever saw Dust in action was the Stardom New York show, and she seems like she's come on a lot more since that show.
Yeah, she's in the past year she's developed twofold over, so it's really nice to see that.
Yeah, she's really good. I like her.
6-person tag match trios. It is Oedo Tai joking around. That is Natsuko Tora, the Ghost, Natsu Sumire, and Saki Kashima with her new, I guess, Bailey impression wearing Natsu's clothes. They defeat Team Saya, Team Rookie Saya.
Yeah, Saya Kamitani, Saya Ida, and Saya Hoshino.
Yes, exactly. I'm glad you got it right.
Cool.
10 minutes, 56 seconds. It's about everything you would expect from the rookies taking on Oedo Tai. Natsu Sumire and Saki are surprisingly turning out to be a good tandem together.
I really hope at some point they get a shot at the Goddess titles, because I think it'd be freaking brilliant.
That would be a good title to go for with them. But I feel like the artist titles of this trio in particular, they even kind of mentioned that in their promo prior to this match, where they want to kind of practice on the rookies and then go for the bigger fish.
So they've got a number one contendership, if I'm not mistaken, at the show I'm attending next week against friggin' TCS, I'm pretty sure.
It depends on that TCS squad that they're up against. If it's Hana, Jungle, and Konami, then I don't see them winning that. But if it's some other combination of TCS, then they could very well easily win that.
I think it is Jungle, Hana, and Konami, so, you know. But yes.
There's always that Natsuko Tora beating Jungle thorn in the side that always happens.
But there's also the story they're building at the moment with Julia, her new trio, and Hana.
Well, they could screw him over. That's very possible.
That is true, because they're...
You don't see later. A lot of that in Japan, though.
You do not.
No.
But Saki picked up the victory with My Emblem, and Oedo Tai win.
Tom Nakano defeats Kagetsu in just a 10-minute match. But what a goddamn good 10-minute match it was.
What a goddamn promo. Dude.
Tom Nakano's kicks lately, which on the house shows prior to this, whether it was Tom Nakano and Konami going at it, or Tom against really anybody, her spin heel kicks and roundhouse kicks have been so on point. Full leg extensions. She's busting out fucking dodons like... God, what? She's pulling out New Japan wrestler moves. It's crazy. I don't know what's happened with Tom Nakano. She's really stepped it up a notch, and she stepped it up in this match. Kagetsu puts her over, and you mentioned the promo. Very emotional.
I almost cried. Not gonna lie. It was heartbreaking because Tam was bawling her eyes out.
She cannot handle Kagetsu leaving. It really just shows the leadership and importance Kagetsu has with a number of the wrestlers, which, further makes sense why even a wrestler we all know and love, Hazuki, just straight up left. Right? Whether it was her other reasons. Anyways, Tam Nakano just cries her eyes out. She thanks Kagetsu for letting her choose her own path. It's really something to seek out. You can feel the emotion in the crowd just with her. They're edging her on. It was great.
Did you like the little bit of a hint here at her potentially getting another shot at the Wonder title?
Oh yeah, Kagetsu urged her to be the top of Stardom, and she even said, you won't be at the tip top, but you can be at the top being a star, which is going for, well, in their mind, the white belt, which is basically reserved for non-Gaijin.
Well, we'll see.
It's their IC title, basically.
We'll see if B picks it up here next week.
We'll see, but the goal Kagetsu laid out for Tom was to be basically the what? How did she phrase it? The white in the darkness or something?
No, because she's something along the lines of her changing from the black Tam Nakano to the white light Tam Nakano.
Right, and that matches the belt that she will be going for. So that's really cool. It's a good promo. It's man, Stardom's been cutting some really good promos from Saki's reveal of her true self to this one here of Tom coming to grips with Kagetsu leaving, and then that will lead us into the Goddess of Stardom title match, the tag titles, Team Gaijin, Top Gaijins, taking on Tokyo Cyber Squad, Jungle Kiona, and Konami. I fucking love the pre-match promos. I adored this match. Jamie and B are super excited. They're cocky. They got that dick Gaijin heel thing that I love to see just in Japan in general. And
they dominated this match, dude.
And then, every match prior to this on the shows, it was Jungle and Jamie Hayter just going at each other. Even in the introductions, Jamie just gives Jungle a huge shove. Jungle Kiona hops out from behind the camera into Konami, shaking her. Oh my god, it's time to beat up Jamie! And I don't know what it is lately, but Jungle Kiona's cutting promos about drinking the best sake and celebration all the time, and if you even follow their
cutting promos on what is Konami's character at the moment?
She wants to see weird torture and also drink.
But she's kind of turned on by the weird torture.
Yeah, it's awesome. She's she's like female Hiromu these days. It's awesome. Except without the trying to kill yourself.
It's something to behold. And who would have known this was in Konami at the start of last year?
It's quite great. They're really busting out of this kind of family-friendly, everyone jokes around environment to trying to get more characters and personality out of the wrestlers, which, if you want to be more marketable, and that's what this new regime of Stardom is going for, is you got to get more character involved. So you're seeing a lot more personality out of a lot of the wrestlers. It's almost like they're allowed to break out of their shell finally. So into this match, B. Priestley has busted out new gear, which just looks absolutely sick. She's got green and black checkers with white all over her. She's got the half pants, almost like it's like an evil Harley Quinn.
Well,
if that makes sense.
I was about to say that, but Harley Quinn's kind of already evil. But yes, you are 100% right.
She's misunderstood.
She's a misunderstood Harley Quinn, Jay.
Yeah, well, B. Priestley's like the black-haired version of a Harley. I don't know. It looks awesome. I love her new gear. And it was kind of the hint that would lay out for the rest of the show. They absolutely dominate this tag team match. There was a weird spot where Jamie Hayter's down. Jungle Kiona has Priestley in the powerbomb position to set up for the missile dropkick powerbomb combo that Konami and Kiona do. Well, as they're going down, Jamie Hayter nudges herself more to the ropes as Jungle Kyona's she's got Bea Priestley up, so she can't just look down and see her. It's in the way. So the dropkick happens, and Kiona power bombs Priestley almost right onto Jamie Hayter's head. It was quite scary.
Mm-hmm.
It could have been super bad.
Yes.
Luckily, no one was seriously hurt. Match went on. Jamie Hayter's lariat has just become one of the most deadly moves you can watch in wrestling right now, at least in terms of women wrestling. It just looks like she's ripping people's heads off.
Who's got the better lariat, her or David Starr?
Oh, it's Jamie Hayter, because David Starr is a tiny person, and Jamie Hayter is like 3 times the size of all
every
Japanese
other woman
women.
besides Jungle Kiona.
And even then, Hayter towers over Kiona height-wise.
True.
Yeah. So, Priestley and Hayter do end up winning this match. The first ever Gaijin tag champions in Stardom.
Well, first ever double Gaijin tag. Yeah, both
first
members.
Gaijin champions.
Yeah, well, there's been past Gaijin champions, just not at the same time.
Alpha female and someone else I can't remember right now.
Correct.
Yeah. So this is great. Move on to the trios match. The unit battle of Tokyo Cyber Squad against Julia's mystery tag partners, X and Double X, as she said.
And then we don't get the sequel of Triple X, which was a Vin Diesel movie.
Right. So Hana has picked Death Yamasan to be her tag partner. That was expected, but Layla Hirsch is kind of there, so it's kind of Hana not taking this very seriously, and she did basically make that pretty clear in her promos and whatnot going in, and as she was doing the pre-match promo, she kind of hints that we're going to be okay, right?
Right?
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be fine. And Layla's just kind of looking on, going, I guess? I don't know why I'm here.
What did you say?
I don't understand. They go, yes, sir, and she just kind of does a half salute and looks at him. The language barrier is quite something to behold. I thought this match went entirely too long. It was over 14 minutes. I thought this could be used to extend time in the Tam Nakano Kagetsu match. I would have liked them to go a couple more minutes, make that even more. But regardless, what we got as Julia's tag partners was Micah from Just Tap Out, which was basically expected prior to the show if you watched the Just Tap Out show at all, or if you saw it be put up on Stardom World. And then to my utter surprise, the second partner, the third member of Julia's team, is Shuri Kondo, of all people. Shuri, whom I just saw get a big singles win over Risa Serra at an Ice Ribbon show to start off the year.
She's a UFC chick, isn't she?
She is a UFC fighter. I believe she has like 13 victories. So
it's her muscle of the group, if you will. Like, freaking Julia's going to talk all this crap, and then Shuri is going to come in and be like, yeah, you want to go?
Shuri is, I think, like half Taiwanese or something. She's not full. She is a Hafu, along
just
with
like Hana
Julia to an extent. Yeah. So this group of Julia, Micah, and Shuri Kondo, it's almost like this. It's kind of like a mixed martial arts group, so to say. And because they have a lot of this, or at least with Shuri and Julia, they have this international background. Whether it's family-wise or whatnot, they have decided to name their team Donna del Mondo, which, for those that don't know in Italian, means women of the world. And if you put all of these factions together now, the anime is so strong in all these factions. I don't know if you've noticed this, Jay.
It's a JoJo's group.
Donna del Mondo is very much like something out of the latest season of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Tokyo Cyber Squad might as well be female Ghost in the Shell. I forget what I referenced Queen's Quest as.
What did you reference Stars as?
Oh, they're magical girls.
And Oedatai?
They're like a ninja group?
Yeah, we can't really go with Naruto here. Maybe Rurouni Kenshin?
Yeah, why not?
That's samurai, though.
Or what did I say? Bushido? I forget. Go to my Twitter. I had some good comparisons there. But yeah, the anime is super strong. They all got like this identity to them all, and it's very Japan, right?
Well, I'm starting to figure out now why I'm attracted to stars as my go-to unit, because friggin'
Jesus
dude,
Christ.
that came out wrong. But I was going to say
attracted to magical girls.
well, I am, dude. Friggin' dude, Madoka Magic is my favorite anime. What can I say? It's so good.
Yeah. Well, there is a new season out right now of something or another.
Yeah, I'm going to be watching
that.
Side
season. I don't know.
Anyways, I don't know. I'm going to watch out when it finish airing.
This match was all about putting over Donna Del Mondo as a legit faction that's coming in. I don't know what the status of Shuri Kondo is going forward within Stardom, whether this is kind of a freelance gig with her, kind of like with Natsu Sumire. I don't know if she's going to continue showing up in Ice Ribbon as a special guest. I don't know what the deal is, but they were put over strong. Hana Kimura was very sour at the end. She's like, you just beat my useless henchman. Whatever.
You beat my bodyguard.
Yeah, it's like, whatever. Layla Hirsch was absolutely lost throughout like 90% of this match, including, as you mentioned earlier, Jay, with a whole like trios running the ropes, and she just got totally turned around and just like did a side whoops and went back in the corner and did it. It was great.
It was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yep.
What do you think of the new group?
Of Donna Del Mondo?
Yeah.
I like them. I'm not Julia's biggest fan, but I've made that kind of clear on previous things. I'm giving her time. Like you told me, she's still green.
Yes.
And I'm just going to take a back seat and see where exactly Donna Del Mondo end up over the next year or so.
Well, they're going straight for the artist titles, which I think is a good thing for Julia and the young people that's around her.
I agree.
The goddess title is very important. They're on a very strong duo right now, coming off a good feud, if I do say so myself. Julia's far from, I think, ready from singles titles runs. There's no reason you can't have another feud against like a Hana Kimura or something or another where there's no title on the line. There's no reason to not have that.
True. And also, one would say at the moment, Queen's Quest is ripe for the picking.
Absolutely. So that all works out. I've said this before. I was talking with my mom about it. I don't ever mind singles matches of, I don't care if it's male, I don't care if it's female. You don't get better unless you don't wrestle, right? You have to wrestle to get better.
It's experience, and the more experience you get, the better you become.
Yeah, as long as you're not, like, getting the title. Like, you can have a title match on whatever show it might be, whether it's a TV show or a non-huge pay-per-view. Like, I don't expect Taichi to be in the Intercontinental title match at Dominion.
Well, I don't know, dude. He is going to beat Okada at friggin' New Beginnings. We've had this conversation. He is a wrestling god, and I will not listen to you insult Taichi again.
But if he's at New Beginnings having some sort of title shot or whatever, that's fine, right? There's always the in-between where it's okay. Will it be the greatest match in the world? Maybe, maybe not. It's usually not. That doesn't mean they can't have a great match later when they're more experienced or made into a bigger star or what have you.
JD, I don't like the fact that you're insulting Taichi right now. I thought we both liked him.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He takes off his pants.
Don't put words in my mouth. Yes, it's a battle of the pants against Okada, and it's going to be awesome. So you shut your face
up. You son of a bitch. I have proof of you liking Taichi last year.
Yeah. All right. Wonder of Stardom title match. Arisa Hoshiki taking on Utami Hayashishita. Match went 15 minutes. Jay, give me your thoughts.
Friggin' Arisa is a murderer.
Mm-hmm.
Everything she did at this match, from her knees to her kicks, looked like they killed Utami.
Yeah, either she actually connected with these suckers, or Utami's the greatest seller at a young 20-whatever years old.
So,
ever.
All right, let's skip ahead here for a second.
Maybe it's both.
Okay. Did she get busted open on the apron, or did she get busted open from one of Arisa's kicks? Because I watched one of those back in slow-mo, and she full-on boots her in the forehead.
So, it was the way I connected the events was Arisa went up for the V-trigger, right?
Yeah, which
And I think her knee connected with the side of Utami's face and clocked her hard.
We're talking like the one right before the apron spot?
Yes.
No, that caught her on the chin.
So then Utami rolled to the outside to kind of shake off the cobwebs because she got cracked.
Yeah, because they caught her on the chin and knocked her for a loop, yeah.
Right. And then Arisa proceeded to just wreck her face on the side of the apron 3 times, and it was that third hit that cracked her open.
So
that
was
was confirmed.
Apron.
It was the third hit, yeah.
Okay, because after friggin' Arisa goes up for that bloody springboard Brazilian kick thing, and like I can see Utami pissing out blood, I'm like, oh god.
Yeah. So my other theory was that knee also knocked her loopy, whether she got a concussion or not. She was definitely looped out in the match, which really put her over solid as
a babyface in peril.
Utami is not just a babyface in peril, but she is a tough motherfucker.
She is.
Right?
So is Arisa.
And Arisa is a killer. She was out for blood. She got blood. And no matter how much Utami fought back, it ended up being a really, really solid match. And I attribute a lot of it to that blood drawn. But what really put it over for me, and I'm really glad Utami did not win here, because she does have all of the young belts. She is a former Goddess champion already. She doesn't have the top 2 singles titles. There's plenty of time for her to get there. And the way she lost is like a humbling. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I forget what victory this is for Arisa in defenses. I think it's 7.
I think it's 8.
7 or 8. So Arisa clocks her a number of times, gets her with the running Bisako knee, I think is what it was, and she had her dead to rights, 1, 2, 3, and pulls her ass up. Brazilian kicks the piss out of her one last time, and then pins her for 3. So Utami is scratched from the top title scene for a while. That is a humbling loss.
This was 10.
Yeah, she had her 9. Out for 10.
9, sorry. No, number 9. Because
9 already, 9, wow.
Yeah, 9th title defense.
So I think the Momo record was 12?
I think it was 13. I will very quickly look that up.
Something like that.
So she had Momo cage matches, won the title. Okay, so she had 13.
13, okay. Really off on my numbers today on the stats.
That's fine.
So yeah, this was the running apron middle springboard Brazilian kick to Utami was like spot of the night. I fucking love that. That was
so
awesome.
did I. It is so gifable.
I've never seen anything like it. It's and that's what makes Arisa such a special talent, is no one else is like her.
True. She pulls out a bunch of things I've never seen. They don't always work, but when they do, it's like, that was awesome.
Yeah. There's always something she does that she is the most dorky person you can imagine. She cuts like weird ass promos. You know it's her. She doesn't know like where she is half the time. She's spinning out in pre-match promos. She's getting shoved by Tom, getting picked on. And then she comes in this match. She's drawing blood. She's fucking kicking Utami to death. Like, I don't know it's nuts.
It's a tale of two people.
Yeah. It's like, what is going on here?
Here's an interesting tidbit for you. The last successful defense that Momo had was actually against Utami.
Ah, okay. Oh yeah, that was in New York.
Yeah, the Stardom American Dream in the Big Apple.
I was there for that one.
You were.
Yeah.
That's when the feed crapped out on on Fight TV. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, good solid match. Now we get to our main event. So Utami is lost for Queen's Quest. Now it's up to... So B. Priestley of Queen's Quest has won the tag titles with a not faction partner. Utami of Queen's Quest has lost. Now we're to the World of Stardom title match. Mayu versus Momo. 19 minutes these two went, and I'm gonna say this is easily my women's match of the year. It's the best Stardom match of the year. New Year's Climax was last year. This is 2020 now. Dude, I love this match. This was everything I wanted out of these two besides Momo winning. But I understand Mayu did just win the title. Momo was kind of fed to her early. This was a Queen's Quest humbling on this night.
Does that bother you, or do you think it was necessary? The Queen's Quest, like the humbling?
With the story being told, And with what happened, which we'll get to post-match, I am very much okay with this, even as a Queen's Quest and Momo fan.
I'm intrigued more than anything.
Well, that's the point. You are getting invested in a story that's about to unfold, right?
Indeed.
It's a much longer story being played out. Whether that's where Mayu goes from here, where Queen's Quest goes from here. This is what you get invested in wrestling, right? You get attached to wrestlers. You want to see their journey. You want to see their humbling. You want to see their fall. You want to see their rise, right? Well, maybe you don't want to see their fall, but you must go through the fall.
But it was just so simple, like how it was played out, and yet it's like one of the most interesting things I've seen recently in wrestling. But like we'll get to that after this match.
Yeah, the match itself was great.
So coming into this, I think they were saying that the last time Mayu had beaten Momo was 4 years ago in one-on-one.
Yeah, like Momo has beaten her 5 out of 5 times in singles competition.
Which is crazy to think, like, because Mayu is Mayu.
I really wish I would have known that fact before going into the match, right? Because that wasn't until after the match I just went, oh, fuck, because that would have made me even more invested, right?
Yeah, because you would have thought going in here that friggin' Momo had Mayu's number.
Right, like I knew that I knew the past 2 years Momo was beating Mayu every time. Whether that was for the white belt, 5-star Grand Prix, what have you. Momo was always spoiler to Mayu. I knew that part of the story. I didn't know that she's undefeated against her. I didn't know that part. So it would have made that edge a little bit more. Regardless, this was a suplex fest, which is something I did not expect between two tiny Japanese women.
This was the true definition of Suplex City, not whatever the hell Brock is doing on Raw.
And it's different suplexes too. Half Nelsons, Germans, you name it. Speaking of which, Tom Nakano, we didn't mention this.
Oh, yeah,
Tom Nakano busted out this like shut down. It's like this this Kento Miyahara half shut down suplex with the most beautiful bridge you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah, I was going to call it like a half and half German.
She called it, I don't know, the glitter
Twilight,
sparkle,
yeah, the
whatever,
glitter sparkle or Twilight something. Or yeah, it was. It's a Tam thing. Tam has a beautiful bridge.
It's the best bridge in wrestling.
Also, dude,
there was nothing denying
just
that.
To back up for that Kagetsu Tam match here for a second. When freaking Kagetsu was up on top of the ropes for the going for the Oedo coaster, the 450, it's just like Tam just does that Matrix stand up thing, and it's like, I've never actually seen that done like not under someone, and that looks really freaking impressive.
Oh, kind of like a zombie up with just the bridge.
Yeah,
getting on your feet. Yeah, I saw it twice from a wrestler just this past weekend live.
You know, like that's the first time I've seen it done though. That like wasn't done out of a pinfall.
It's really weird seeing it by itself live.
Yeah, it was really impressive though. Like it would take a lot of freaking muscles in your legs and your back to be able to do it properly.
I feel like you need to be bendy.
That too. Tam is also very bendy.
My favorite spot of the match actually came at the end, where Mayu does the middle springboard reverse Rana on Mayu. Or on Momo.
Yes.
And that led into the Dragon Suplex finish. It was brilliant. It was very smooth. There was no goofy Mayu botches this time around. It was all business. And Momo loses clean. Another humbling for Queen's Quest. The post-match promo from Momo is the best of the year. You thought the Tom one was emotional. Momo holding back tears and yelling at herself not to cry at the end. Oh my god, I died.
I still prefer the Tom promo.
This one, like, the crowd's behind her, just saying it's very frustrating that, you know, basically after all this time of beating Mayu, when the time mattered the most, she didn't get the job done. Here comes B. Priestley at the end, hugs her. Oh, the only one that won. But nope, she freaking Kamagoys her ass down, tells her she's no fucking queen, throws her jacket on her, she joins a Waito Tai, challenges Arisa for the white belt, because I guess that's all she's got left. She can't re-challenge for the red one.
Why is that? Is that a Stardom thing?
I guess it's just just wrestling thing. No rematches unless you earn it kind of situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think
Don't compare other wrestling companies just because WWE is a piece of shit.
I wasn't comparing to WWE. I've seen like other.
I know that's what you were thinking.
Fine. So do you think B is going to be the second Gaijin to hold the Wonder title? Do you know who the first one was?
The first? I wasn't. Who was the first?
Santana Garrett.
I don't like that.
Yeah, I found this out.
In my mind, I didn't know a Gaijin even held the Wonder title prior.
I found this out before when I was going through like title defenses, and it's like, Santana Garrett held it in 2015.
Weird. That was like shortly after I started. Anyways. So yeah, B. Priestley has betrayed Queen's Quest, and I love the story that was told here. It was the humbling of Queen's Quest, their top 2 markers outside of B. Priestley, right? Mm-hmm. B. Priestley wins the tag titles with not a Queen's Quest member. And then she simultaneously witnesses the other Queen's Quest members fail. So, fuck. Might as well join the team that I just won with and just quit this loser team.
That's how you do it.
I thought it was a simple, good story.
I was. And like I said before, very simply told, and I'm very invested. This is also a very good way to bring Azumi up that pecking order in Queen's Quest without, like, bringing someone else down.
Yeah, and it opens up another strong member availability to join at a future date. Whom that might be, I don't know. We can definitely expect more Stardom signings. They have opened up the checkbook for Stardom, that's for sure.
Do you think we're going to get a draft this year? Because I don't. With all the friggin' turns and stuff that have happened, like in the last month alone, I don't think we're getting a draft.
I mean, year over year with the draft, not a lot of people change teams. It's more or less to get rid of a team that's stale. And going before this night, I thought no matter what, Oedo Tai was going to be that team that was going to go to the wayside, and Julia's faction was going to come in and replace, much like how Hanakamura started TCS and
then replaced John.
Jungle Assault Nation went to the wayside.
So,
but with this B. Priestley turn, that completely changes it, and they could just not have a draft.
So the question is, though, is it confirmed yet who the leader is of Oedo Tai? Or is there not a leader at this current point in time?
There was no established leader, whether that's B. Priestley, Natsu Sumire, or I guess Jamie Hayter could be one. We don't know.
Tora?
No.
I was talking to JPW, and he had an idea where if B beats Arisa, that would kind of cement her as the leader of Oedo Tai.
Well, yeah, the person with a top title would kind of de facto take leadership.
Yeah.
And right now, no one in Oedo Tai has that trophy, I guess, to be a leader, right?
Get it? To be a leader? I see what you did
Not
there.
on purpose. Not on purpose. Cannot take credit for that.
I'm invested going into this because, as I said, this is happening at the show that I'm going to be at. And I said this whole time, I think it's going to be perfect if Arisa loses the belt at the show that I attend.
Mm-hmm.
Just because of, I just think it'd be perfect. I just think it would be perfect, JD.
Yeah, and post-match, Mayu, after all these promos goes on, she just kind of picks up the mic and she just goes, "A lot going on here."
Then she falls down, and a video package plays.
And Sari shows up and challenges. She has signed with WWE, so this is basically the last chance we'll ever see her wrestle for God knows how long. She's just crossing off fantasy matches. It'll be a good match. Don't expect for 1 iota of a second for Mayu to lose, but it should damn well be a good match.
Did you like I said Momo. Did you like Mayu's comment? Where she's like, if I'd have lost, that wouldn't have been played. That would have been embarrassing.
You would have never seen it.
That was great.
Jay, you want to stay on for an extra 5 minutes as I quickly go through Ice Ribbon?
Sure. I'm not familiar with it, but sure.
Just listen to me go as I play Tsukasa Fujimoto's music.
I will ask questions.
All right. All right. A show I was more or less looking forward to. It is Ice Ribbon, number 1018 in Skip City. Took place on January 13th. The broadcast date was on January 23rd, 2020.
That's weird.
Well, they do the show and then it goes to air on TV later.
Oh, okay.
It's not live. Yeah.
Right.
This is their first big show following up from Ribbon Mania, which is their biggest show of the year. So whether it's building up new challengers, new talent coming in, what have you. What this turned out to be was none of what I wanted. It was a show that got to feature quite a few CMLL talents, which was kind of interesting.
New Japan crossover confirmed. Fantastica Mania 2.
So this was a lot. This was a few luchadoras that got to be introduced here. I can describe this show as wrestlers trying new shit and failing hilariously. Okay, Jay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And green wrestlers also trying new shit and failing hilariously. Mm-hmm. I was in stitches like the entire time. This was basically terrible wrestling.
So this was funny,
they were trying so hard.
This was funny, but not for the same reason as Andy and Jay Skillett.
Exactly. So the first match is Dallas La Caribena against Yappy. And I don't know if you know who Yappy is, but she is like a 37-year-old anime artist turned wrestler. And she also knows English, so she does a lot of the Ice Ribbon English translations on Twitter for a lot of things. So she has a lot of anime fan art of a lot of the wrestlers, and she sells them. She is, bless her heart, she is awful. Like, everything she does is so bad. But,
nice.
Hey, it was 5 minutes against the Luchadora Caribena, and it did not go well.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Then there was the three-way match of Miku Ano taking on Bani Okawa and Hamuko Hoshi. I've really turned the corner on Hamuko Hoshi. Hamuko Hoshi is like a 38-year-old mom whose 17-year-old child is a wrestler now in Ice Ribbon in a rookie year. So they were kind of a mother-daughter combo. I thought they were sisters. I was dead wrong. I found out they were mother and daughter later. And I used to hate watching Hamuko Hoshi matches. I've gone now into the mindset that if you're a bad wrestler, I might as well enjoy your bad wrestling.
Gotcha.
Instead of being mad about it. So when I can't wait for them to screw something up.
How many botches were in this match, Jedi?
Oh my god, I counted at least 6. And they were all from Hamuko Hoshi.
So
there was no shit a spot in this match where Hamuko Hoshi has Miku Ano in a Boston Crab, okay? The most basic of basic moves. Bani Okawa, also a rookie. There's a lot of rookies here going around, or one or two, or people in their first or second year wrestling. So she's got her in a Boston Crab. Here comes Bani Okawa, running drop-kicking Hamuko in the chest and face. And Hamuko is as tall as these people, but she's fat as well. She's in very much not good shape.
Mm-hmm.
And she has a gear on which shows off her belly. So it looks even more ridiculous.
Nice.
Okay? So she's getting drop kicked in the face, and not only is she not selling it, she's laughing and smiling like it's, look at this rookie. Like she's the greatest thing on from sliced bread, since sliced bread.
Mm-hmm.
So she gets kicked in the face clearly like 3 times, and then she just drops it and then sells the drop kicks. I'm like, what are you doing? So there's other points where like they do the top rope low bridge, and she just runs into the ropes and doesn't go over them because she can't jump more than like 2 inches. It's bad. So Miku Ono wins. She's the only one that wasn't a rookie and not terrible. Then there was a tag team match. La Jarochita and Taehonma taking on Matsu Uno and Maya Yukihi. And Matsuya Uno was someone I was kind of keeping my eye on after the Ribbon Mania showing. I thought she's kind of someone to go forward in Ice Ribbon, someone who could get a push. Same thing with Tae Honma, but these are also people in Actress Girls, so they're not full-time Ice Ribbon wrestlers. Because what Ice Ribbon needs right now is people being developed to become top talent. It's very much kind of a similar situation to what a lot of like All Japan and Noah are currently going through to compare wise. La Jarochita is a massively strong luchadora from CMLL. I believe her nickname is like the strongest luchadora. She just looks like a killer. Okay?
Right.
She's a scary looking girl. And her tag team partner is Dallas Caribena, the other luchadora we saw earlier. So this match was actually pretty fun. Okay, Jay? The mess up in this one was actually from Maya Yukihi, of all people.
Isn't Maya like the ace of Ice Ribbon?
Yeah. She busted out like 4 new moves. She connected with 3 of them, right? Of moves I've never seen her do before. So she's trying a lot of new things. And the one she messed up was actually this wild, like, standing spiral tap in which she kind of overturned and landed on her side on, I believe it was Tae Honma's knees. So she kind of botched it a little bit. And it looked cool, but she messed up horribly on the landing.
Kind of like Saya's Shooting Star.
Well, imagine if Kota Ibushi does like the standing spiral tap in his matches?
I haven't seen him.
It's the corkscrew. It's the corkscrew. Standing corkscrew.
I know what it is. I don't remember seeing him do it.
Yeah. Well, I can't recall a female women's wrestler. I can't recall a women's wrestler doing that. So Maya busted that out here, and I was like, holy shit, okay. She has no... Like, think about this. You're the ace of a company. You're at the top of your game. You've held the title for over a year. She's just getting better. It's quite something.
She's unstoppable.
Yeah, I don't see her dropping this title anytime soon. But they did lose this match. Matsuya Uno loses the fall. And then we had a 20-minute trios match between Ozaki, Kaicho, Yamashita taking on Sarah, Totoro, and Suzu Suzuki. And Suzu Suzuki has now busted out sick black gear, much like the awesome new black gear Riho busted out on the Stardom tour. Which we didn't talk about at all.
Looks cool.
The botch that came in this match was aplenty. There was a lot. Too much to even go through, but the best one was Ram Kaicho botching a 619 in the most fantastic way you could possibly imagine. Okay? Not only does she not make a full rotation, she like only makes it halfway. She flails her legs like kick in a kicking motion. And then in order to like fall safely, she like releases her arms, flails the arms and legs now at the same time, and then falls backwards. The crowd died laughing, including myself.
Fair enough.
So funny. You need to seek out this GIF online. It is to die for.
If you can find it, send it to me.
Oh my god. But yeah, this match went 20 minutes. It was the best match on the show, I would say, with the botches being absolutely hilarious. Satsuki Totoro is a mess. She splashed her own teammate at one point by accident, and that didn't seem to be the plan. I think she just forgot that this person was on her team. Anyways. And the main event was Fujimoto and Tsukushi taking on Akane Fujita and Asahi, whom, going into this, I thought Asahi was coming leaps and bounds. And unfortunately, this 16-minute, 49-minute match just kind of proved that Asahi is not ready for the main event scene. What we did get out of it was Tsukushi being a dick heel who's like 4'10". She's super tiny, and she talks shit, stomps on people's hands. It's hilarious. And so they do retain the titles. There's not much else to go over in the match other than that. The post-match, the two luchadoras come out. And Tsukushi, I don't understand much of the Japanese that's been going on, but I did understand Tsukushi talking a bunch of shit to them and then pushing her tag partner in front of them, saying, and then hiding behind her teammate. And then she talks more shit. Fujimoto steps to the side, and then the two big luchadoras surround her, and then she starts screaming, asking for help. It's very good chicken shit heel stuff, with her tag partner just going, you did this to yourself. So that's what they're building to. Maybe that match will be better than this one. So the names to look out for is what they're going to do with Teihoma. Maybe Matsuya Uno will have a higher role going forward. Asahi still has some room for improvement, and Suzu Suzuki looks to be on the fast track to a main event picture. And Maika Ozaki proved, unfortunately, that she is not quite ready for top-end singles action, but maybe she can find a tag partner going forward and go for the tag titles. Maybe.
Who would you like to see her tag with?
Oh, this happened at the last show. I do not want to see Maika Ozaki team with Hamiko Hoshi ever again. That's for sure. Maybe Miku Ano. Maika Ozaki and Suzu Suzuki would be a good solid combo, but that would, I mean, Ice Ribbon has no problem with someone wearing two belts just because the roster is spread very thin right now.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean you can't have, I forget her name, one of the former champions, who's kind of been on the wayside. And she's a big powerhouse along with Ozaki, so if those two can team up, that would be a formidable tag team, and I think that would take them to the next step. Rina Yamashita and Ram Kaicho seem to be a thing going forward. Team Tiny and Large, I just like that combo a lot. But for the time being, it looks like Maya Yukihi's at the top of the world, and no one can touch her. So, for the Joshi War, Stardom, with the 9th anniversary show, gets an outstanding win. So that leads us to 1-1 on the standings at the end of January here.
This next 2 weeks for Stardom is looking pretty strong too. You've got the second part of the 9th anniversary and that Korakuen Hall show.
Oh my god, the weekend of my birthday is going to be murder. Like, every single promotion I watch has a big show that weekend. I'm going to die.
Plus the 3DO games I'm going to buy you, dude. You're going to be fine.
I actually think Japanese 3DO games do play on the 3DO because they didn't have region chips yet installed.
But I wasn't buying you a Japanese 3DO game.
Oh, well, anyways.
Unless I am
Well, Jay,
now.
thanks for listening to the Ice Ribbon Talk.
That's fine.
Maybe you learned something here today.
I don't like their website.
Oh, no. The Nico Pro website is atrocious.
It really is.
I hate it. If you're not able to catch the show within 7 days, then you have to wait 3 months before watching it again on Ice Ribbon's archive.
Do they have commentary? I'm curious.
They have this. So a lot of Joshi promotions and a lot of other Japanese promotions have what I describe as a picture-in-picture of two people commentating on the match. So it takes up real estate in the screen, and it's really annoying. And they drink and eat during it and advertise. I hate it. It's like the worst thing you could watch, in my opinion. What Ice Ribbon does that's differently is when something's happening in the ring that requires the full screen, they do make that go away. So then you just hear them.
So wait, does Ice Ribbon do that on the shows that go up a week after they're taped?
Yeah.
That's something
they have post-match commentary, whether it's you get Maya Yukihi on it a lot. On the retirement show, you had Takiya Saya commentating on her own retirement, which was kind of cool. I wish I understood Japanese to get that.
Sounds like you learnt the wrong language.
I have no regrets learning German, thank you. But from here on out, it is New Japan. It is time for the Puroresu War, which is Dragon Gate versus New Japan. And then a lot of the retro stuff. So maybe a longer episode. Who knows? I tend to do long episodes these days.
That's just your thing. Thanks for having me, dude.
That's my thing. Thanks for coming, Jay. See ya.
Right. Peace out, guys.
Hey, it's finally time. Welcome back. JD here as always, drinking his nice tea. Actually, gotta fill this up. What am I doing? Yes, it is David's tea. Thank you for asking. Alright, so gearing up for the New Japan New Beginnings tour coming this weekend. Very excited for it, especially the Goto Shingo Takagi match. But all throughout the latter half of January has been Fantastica Mania. I generally watch about 2 to 3 shows of this per year if I can. I watched 2 Fantastica Mania shows, the one taking place on January 19th. And instead of talking about the shows in full, it's all pretty random Lucha Trios matches. It's fun, so I'll just focus on the big title matches here, because those are the ones that stood out to me the most. On January 19th, there was the NWA World Historic Light Heavyweight Championship match of Stuka Jr. versus Okamura. And then the CMLL World Heavyweight Championship match of Satoshi Kojima taking on Ultimo Guerrero. So, Stuka Jr. Retained and Ultimo Guerrero retained. Very rare for a CMLL title to change hands. But what made these 2 matches so funny and entertaining to me is it's like a bunch of old dudes hitting each other really hard, being kind of slow, and getting the most simple moves over. In the Stuka Jr. Okamura match case, it's about as good as an Okamura match you can imagine. You know, there's going to be the female shenanigans involved. She even got suplexed in this match she sold. Stuka Jr. doing the whole torpedo splash that he does. At one point, he looks like he's going to do the torpedo splash on the woman. I forget her name. But then he just turns around, he doesn't even turn around. He just leaps in the other direction and lands on Okamura. Just a crazy awesome spot. Stuka Jr. just looked absolutely fantastic in this match. I got way into it, much more so than I should have. And that was followed by the heavyweight title match in which Kojima and Guerrero just slapped the piss out of each other. That was a lot of fun. So if you have the time and opportunity, definitely check these 2 matches out. Have fun just watching the old dudes beat each other up. And then on the January 20th Fantastica Mania show, the National Trios Championship match was Titan, Nibra Roja, Angel de Oro taking on Forastero, Cuatrero, and Sanson. And I gotta say, Titan on this tour looked outer worldly. So did Angel de Oro, but Titan especially. He's definitely stepped it up in the past year. He looks twice as good as he did. He was on point through everything in this match and all of his other matches. And then Angel de Oro was, I think, between him and there was another guy last year that really stood out to me. Maybe it was Sanson. No, I think maybe it was Templario. But Angel de Oro really, really won me over here. Even more so, I want to see de Oro in the Best of Super Juniors this year, along with Titan, getting a little bit of bigger push. So, very Lucha Trios match. Lots of cool Titan spots. De Oro looked very good on his game. Sanso pins de Oro with the assisted monkey flip bomb in the corner. The end kind of a little botchy, but hey, it's Super Lucha. What can I say? Then the World Historic Middleweight Championship match of Caristico taking on Barbaro Calvinario. And if you are looking for a match of selling, that is definitely not this match. If you want to see a bunch of dudes flip over the top rope to the floor all the time and over again, that's what this was. They're just catching each other left and right. They're just doing everything they can to get a pop out of the crowd. Calvinario, this dude's just going to kill himself. The splash from the top rope to the floor just never looks like it doesn't hurt. He is kind of landing on his feet first and then splatting, instead of just landing it straight on his knees, he did do his crazy across the apron and then through the middle rope turnbuckle, right? So imagine the Sami Zayn up and over spot that way, but it's running on the apron to the outside. Cavanario landed on his neck real bad, kind of caught by Caristico. So just a super lucha match, really fun. If you want to see guys flip around everywhere, then this match is for you. And that pretty much covers Fantastica Mania that I wanted to cover. Not much else to say over the tour itself. New Japan's touring the United States as we speak. And get ready for the New Beginnings tour. I'm looking forward to the Battle of the Pants of Taichi and Okada. I don't know how that match is going to be anything but amazing. Obviously, the winner, not in my own head, will get to continue wearing pants and taking them off in their entrance. The loser must only be allowed to take off their pants in mid-match as a detriment. So there you go. Time for Dragon Gate. Nice and simple New Japan review. R.E.D. Yes, R.E.D. The faction and bane of my existence. Nah, I like hating them. They're easy to hate. I love watching the hate. So, lot of New Year's Gate here. The New Year's Gate tour is ongoing. We got 4 shows to go over here, so I just gotta read from the script I've made out for myself. Got a long list here. 8-man tag team match. This is the January 15th, 2020 Korakuen Hall New Year's Gate Day 4 show. It's a mouthful. I'm trying to avoid the house show circuit, so to say. So if I do skip a day, which I will tell you when I skip a day, because I don't want to burn myself out from Dragon Gate. That's always a whether it's All Japan or DDT or Dragon Gate. I already don't watch the house shows from New Japan to not burn myself out. But here we go. Team Dragon Gate, Mondai Ryu, Punch Tominaga, and Yosuke Santa Maria taking on Martin Kirby. Defeat Team Torimon, Don Fuji, Konmama, Ichikawa, and as it goes off the page, Yasushi Kanda and Kenichiro Arai. Match was just under 6 minutes. Team Dragon Gate wins. It's your opening match. BB Hulk and Kazuma Sakamoto of RED defeat Team Dragon Gate of Dragon Dia and KZ. This is continuing the Twin Gate Tag Title Tournament. This was your semifinal. 12 minutes, 31 seconds. This match didn't live up to the hype of my own expectations. Dragon Dia definitely showed his real young level in this match. Lots of things in general for this one. It was just off on both teams. Things went in slow motion quite a lot, especially when it was Dia versus Hulk in particular. I still like watching BB Hulk kick people since he's more unique than most of the Dragon Gate roster. Doesn't run that speed rope style that they do. That's what a lot of the younger talent do. They all kind of mimic themselves, and then they develop certain moves and whatnot later. But in the case of BB Hulk, he's the only one that looks like him, acts like him, and of course moves like him. Simple double team of Sakamoto suplex to Hulk kick to win it, setting them up in the finals. We continue with the tag title tournament. Team Dragon Gate of Benkei and Yamato defeating Team Torimon of Yoshino and Susumu Yakotsuka. Another 12.5 minute match. This was fast and fun. Wish there was much more story to the match in this one, as it just felt like a bunch of top guys exchanging moves the whole time, to be honest. There was a cool spot of Yoshino doing a front drop kick off the top, falling into a senton, which seems very scary considering he's retiring due to neck issues sometime in 2020. The finish was real cool of Yoshino hitting La Mystica into a quick crucifix pin, but then Yamato kicks out to a great crowd reaction. Yoshino then goes for it immediately again, in which Yamato reverses it into a sleeper, and then he just transitions into devastating pump handle Michinoku driver to win it. RED immediately hits the ring, beats everyone down, along with an evil "we taken over" type promo. We're going to win the tag titles. Sets up RED versus Yamato and Benkei. So story-wise, hey, this makes all the sense in the world. 8-man tag match. Team Dragon Gate defeats... okay, so the Team Dragon Gate is Jason Lee, Keisuke Okada, Kota Minoura, and Yuki Yoshioka, defeating Gamma, Kento Kobane, Masaki Mochizuki, and Taketo Kame. 5-minute match. So just imagine a high-speed match here where it's a sprint for 5 to 10 minutes. Now imagine an 8-man tag match like that. This was much more fun to watch, a pure spectacle of dudes sprinting in their own styles and even adding a little comedy in between it all. From Gamma spitting dudes in the face and missing, then doing the Arn Anderson DDT spot, which I quite like seeing. Mochizuki taunting and kicking the hell out of the Young Dragons in this. Okuda wins via GTS after kicking the shit out of Kame, I believe. We get a 3-way tag team match. Dragon Kid Ryo Saito and Kai taking on Strong Machine J. No. The team of Dragon Kid and Ryo Saito versus Kai and Strong Machine J, which is an interesting team, versus Hio and Takashi Yoshida. This was a 10-minute match, and so a simple match. Strong Machine J is definitely being put into strong positions in matches to get better and to be highlighted, which is great to see. That's how you get your rookies better. As for the match, it ends with J hitting the guillotine suplex with a bridge, in which then Saito double pins Hio for the win. So post-match, 1 million dudes come out to offer challenges for the trios titles, including a little instance where Santa Maria slaps the shit out of Hio once he says something, probably something negative about Maria and being a cross-dresser, whatever. Maria also kicks the piss out of him for good measure, which got a huge crowd reaction. I even popped a little bit too. So after this, Saito's Team Torimon versus Jay's team, Dragon Gate versus RED, set for a 3-way at the big February 7th show. Then I got this, I filled in the gaps of the information via the Dragon Gate USA Facebook page, because they tend to have long explanations of what went on during these promos and whatnot. So, Strong Machine J and Ryo Saito both laid claim to the Open the Triangle Gate Championships after shaded pinfall over champion team member Hio. For the Dragon Gate team, Kai declined so he could focus on grabbing revenge on BB Hulk. So in his stead, Santa Maria and Keisuke Okuda step in to join Strong Machine J. The Torimon team will be Ryo Saito, Dragon Kid, and in his first Dragon Gate title match in many, many years, Kenichiro Arai. So the 47-year-old Arai told RED that their surprises were old news, and he would be one to make them happen. So, decent enough storytelling here. It's just kind of lame duck promos, really. It's followed by a trios match. Team Torimon of Horiguchi, Kagetora, and Naruki Doi defeat RED, Big R, Shimizu, Eita, and Kaito Ishida. 9 minutes, 20 seconds. Simple trios match. Big story after Naruki hits the sliding D on Big R to win is KZ coming out to challenge him for the Dreamgate title at the February 7th show. So this show is looking quite awesome. The whole weekend itself looks absolutely insane. As I drink more tea. And then we have our Open the Twin Gate title tournament final match on the same show. The vacant titles, by the way. It is RED of BB Hulk and Kazuma Sakamoto. And they go on to defeat Team Dragon Gate of Benkei and Yamato in a 22-minute match. This match was great. A good story, culmination of the trio faction warfare coming to blows over the tag titles, plus the ongoing story of Yamato being betrayed by his friend BB Hulk. All the members of their groups were ringside for the match. The match went slow at first, building up towards the inevitable RED interference, because you know it's happening. Slowly, the teams exchanged beatings on their various opponents. there was a brawl outside, and as the ref was distracted, RED beat down Yamato and then later Benkei with chairs. Oh, those bastards. It was the story of trying to take out Benkei and specifically get the pin on Yamato, because this is BB Hulk's ultimate insult. A ref bump signals the running train situation from RED, but then reversed into a running train from all the Dragon Gate members, which was quite funny. I quite like this. It was about evening the odds. That was the story. Unfortunately for Dragon Gate, they still play fair. Members of RED jumped the Dragon Gate guys on the outside to take him out. Yamato got a near fall via the Hurricane Rana pin. But Ishida, I believe, was the one that simply kicks the ref down, chair shots him out of the match, and that's when Benkei returns to run wild, saving his partner including hitting an amazing cutting spear on Sakamoto for a near fall, after a second ref came out, by the way. Then Benkei goes for his corner spear Goldberg style, but missed and flies through the middle turnbuckle to the outside. I hate this move so much. It looks like it hurts and he'll kill himself someday. This just looks absolutely stupid. He's gonna get seriously hurt doing this move. In any case, played into the finish due to Benkei stupidly taking himself completely out of the match. Yamato is left alone for the 2-on-1 murder. Yamato does kick out of double martial arts style kicks, but doesn't kick out of the martial arts stick into the half-package piledriver from Sakamoto. BB Hulk does pin him to win the titles. He wraps both around his shoulders, making the X. Talks trash to Yamato for failing. Then there's a long promo, taken again from the Dragon Gate English Facebook page. It's as follows. After the tournament finals, Yamato attempted to get an immediate rematch with Kai as his partner. New champion BB Hulk declined since he had just pinned Yamato moments earlier. Despite claims from Yamato that he had forgotten about losing, the challenge was ultimately rejected. If Yamato and Kai wanted a shot at Hulk, he would have to bring Eita as his partner. Yoshino, looking for some payback himself, from the RED attack earlier in the night, he put himself into the mix. His partner would be another member of the Torimon generation, Shuji Kondo. And that will lead us into the January 25th show at Kobe Sanbo Hall. This is the start of the announced Trios title tournament. So this double pin situation has just thrown everything in disarray. They're basically rebooking the tag title tournament match, except now with trios. So we just watched the undercard. It's about what you expect from a Dragon Gate show. I'm really enjoying the team of Santa Maria and Jason Lee ever since their bout with Yoshino. I look forward to seeing more of that. Something about them just works well together. So we'll start this recap off more at the halfway point of Sakamoto versus Kagetora in their singles match. Sakamoto wins off his half Nelson package pile driver. It's a cool finisher. Kagetora looked great in the match, utilizing his speed like one would expect. Like an Asai moonsault is hit, naturally some good near falls for comebacks. But he does end up losing quite easily in the end. It's followed by a tag match of Torimon versus Red. That's Naruki Doi and Yoshino. So here's your challenge from earlier, taking on BB Hulk and Takashi Yoshida. So it's not Eita, mind you. So this is Doi and Yoshida just not taking any shit from RED, but RED puts the boots quickly to Yoshino, just being assholes. Yoshino and Doi take the advantage back by systematically taking out various RED members on the outside, plus BB Hulk, mind you. It's actually quite fascinating to watch Yoshida be the guy getting the heat on and worked on, but luckily this doesn't last long as the numbers game eventually catch up and Yoshida gets control. So as much as I liked where this match was going and how it was very solid, much like a New Japan Road tag match, Eita and Red hit the ring for the DQ once Yoshino gets his X Factor submission in on BB Hulk, unfortunately. So this happens quite a lot in RED matches. The Trios tournament gets underway. It's aka called the Ashi Yaniki Cup. 6-man tag team tournament, A block first round, round robin style, Torimon versus Dragon Gate. Or is it knockout? Who cares? Simply put, Vets versus the Young Guns, the Dragon Kid and Yokosuka and Horiguchi taking on Benkei Strong Machine J and Dragon Dia. Not bad, not great. Some good face-offs, some Strong Machine versus Dragon Kid, which was cool. And on the other hand, we got Yokosuka versus Benkei. So you can really just skip this one. Dia springboards 450, pins Horiguchi. Dia keeps racking up the wins, which is real nice to see at the very least. And then we had our main event. Yamato and Kai and KZ taking on Eita, Big R, Shimizu, and Kaito Ishida. So this group seems to be the thing going forward for RED. Unfortunately, this match was not very fun to watch, mostly because it was an RED beatdown on the outside of the ring, which, because the show was all hard cam only, hence the house show, nothing could be seen most of the time. After all, the red interference and some semblance of a match does happen once that interference happens somehow. It ends via powder into a roll-up by Eita pinning Kai. I don't recommend this match at all, and honestly, the show is very skippable, and because I felt this way, I did not watch the January 26th show. But I had so much fun watching the January 15th show, New Year's Gate Day 4. I liked that more than the 2 Fantastica Mania shows I watched from New Japan. So, point to Dragon Gate on the Puroresu War. As I make my tally. And I'm going to take a break for dinner and the whatnot. When I come back, it will be time for retro wrestling. Alright, I'm taking my break. I've had food to eat in my stomach. I'm primed, ready to go to talk some All Japan Women Wrestling. We are up to episode 12 on the Classics Rewatch. The date is now May 4th, 1986, taking place at Ryogoku in Kokugikan. Sure. If I didn't pronounce that right, feel free to correct me at BowlingJD via Twitter. We are into the Japan Grand Prix 1986 League. Our first match. Only 3 matches on this Classics watch, taking place over an hour. I like these Classic watches, mostly because they're just an hour. It's just, hey, we took the best shows from this particular time period, whether it's an entire show or the top matches of the time, of a few matches. Well, here we have Yumi Ogura taking on the fast-track upcoming young Bull Nakano. So it's a basic wrestling affair until Nakano just starts just killing Ogura with the nunchucks. Why these are still legal, I don't know. She tries her best to keep them hidden in sight from the ref. She uses her body in between, and then using the partner outside for distractions. So there's at least an effort being shown here. It's kind of like a Kevin Sullivan type thing. And she's just cracking her in the throat. Throat shot after throat shot. It just looks horrid, right? Hardly painful. Some simple fun stuff. I quite enjoyed the spectacle of it all. Also note that Nakano is wrestling here without boots. So that was a first I've seen. I guess they're trying to go for a more martial arts killer type look for her right now. So she has her feet and ankles taped up. It's very interesting to go with the blue hair. Ogura tries to mount a comeback with some quote-unquote high-flying springboard crossbodies, but on her second one meets Nakano's deadly sticks. Just no longer even trying to hide them for the ref. So it's really not clear to me if when the heel ref is there and when the heel ref is not. So why bother hiding the weapons at first in the match, but then just not caring in the second half, right? Now it's just anything goes kind of situation. Then they just kind of exchange big move counters. So Nakano misses her big top rope leg drop. Then Ogura misses a top rope senton, which just looks uber painful. This mat just looks like hard as shit, right? Nakano hits this cool version of an exploder suplex. It reminded me of like what Scott Steiner would do in the NWA 80s type stuff. Ogura tries to mount another comeback, does a top rope crossbody to the outside of all things. And after a battle back to get inside the ring that is, neither ends up beating the count, so it becomes a double count-out finish. From an entertainment standpoint, I very much enjoyed this. The count-out finish is kind of lost on me to time, basically. But I think I understand why they did it, considering that this isn't the final, so it's an opportunity to put someone else over. So Bull Nakano's already getting a push, and this is a way to get Ogura over, considering I think she just got the shit kicked out of her in episode 11. I think that was Dump Matsumoto's victim. So they're both over. So they're using the Grand Prix to either get a big victory for a top woman to go on and replace Jaguar Yokota, or become the next challenger for whomever is the 3WA World Champion of the time. That's what I took out of this. And speaking of titles, the All-Pacific Championship is next. That's Chigasa Nagayo taking on your favorite, my favorite, of course we'd be scared to say otherwise, our great and powerful leader, Dump Matsumoto. Dump is out in full samurai gear with ninja assassins again. Chigasa comes out in full Bushido samurai style type gear to an ungodly reaction from the crowd. I cannot describe this reaction. Every single person does an intro for her and just chants her name. It's quite something. They all she has her beat to a song, right? And then I guess the fans have made a song on that beat. And then when she finally appears, this description of this reaction does it no justice. It really is spectacular to just listen to this crowd. And it's all women too. Just screaming for Chigasa Nagayo. Just her ascension to the biggest babyface in the entire company and probably Japan of the time is quite something. And then Dump's got scary face paint on today. It's like spider webs and whatnot all over her body. It's pretty terrifying. So much stuff happens here, ranging from Dump weapon attacks to Chigusa's valiant submission type comebacks. You've really never seen anything like it, where she'll stop weapon attacks and then just put on an abdominal stretch, and then the crowd goes crazy. There's no blood in this one, which I thought was interesting. No big crossbodies, just good old-fashioned Dump and Gakwaku Dome against Chigusa, right? After a long, valiant 20-plus minute battle, Chigusa, I'm really stumbling on her name today. Nagayo, that's much easier. Nagayo battles just all these bodies coming at her. Just good old-fashioned stuff. She battles off the troops, avoids the big evil trash bin, just this massive trash drum that Dump has with the stable symbol on it. She does get Dump in a back suplex, in which, because Dump is so heavy, that Dump herself has to use her foot to kick off the turnbuckle, and that's how Nagayo gets the pin over her. Highly recommend this match. A huge return culmination of these two going at it, and Chigusa getting more or less revenge win, so to say, over her huge evil rival. I love this match. And then something that I think was cut out about 5 to 10 minutes of the match, that is the 3WA World Championship match. Devil Masami taking on Lioness Asuka, the two women that got put over as the next things going forward from the Jaguar Yokota retirement. And that's what this match is coming off of. More or less that passing of the torch. In Devil Masami's case, it was the title. In Asuka's case, it was kind of the big moves she got over her and then the slaps. But a big match feel here for the title nonetheless. Asuka hits fast with her amazing big swing for like 30 revolutions as I just look on in amazement, along with Masami's awesome purple-black singlet. So there's your fashion thing for the episode. Lots of good mat wrestling, which should come as no surprise from Lioness Asuka. And this is where Asuka, rightfully so, has the advantage. This was 100% Asuka's big match showing. Shows just everything she can do in a singles competitive state. How far she's come. It's quite something that Nagayo has her rival, and Asuka's kind of getting her own at this point. So the match was while solid, just I thought went entirely too long. It was a lot slower once that first initial pumping spot happened with Asuka. There was some good spots, but once it hit like that 15-minute mark, I just didn't really feel it anymore because they started repeating the match again, basically. The same spots, the same moves, almost that same cadence and pace. It was just really weird. It's almost like I watched the same match twice. And after it was all said and done, it ends up going to a time limit draw. So that was very kind of dissatisfying. Why not just have the champion beat Asuka and then she comes back another time? Hey, it was the 80s, very much a different time. If this happened in the, mid to late 90s, and it's their third encounter, then I would definitely have much more of a negative to say. But really got to put your mindset of the time and the fandom, and it was very over with the audience, so who am I to disagree here? So yeah, just the 3 matches for the All Japan Women, and we can now move on to lucky number 13 for the All Japan Classics in the next episode. So, ever since we hit 1985 and 80, basically getting out of 85 and going into 86, these classics are even better. They're much more consistent. The big people are over, and it's only getting better, right? I'm very much saddened that Jaguar Yokota is out for the foreseeable future until we get back into the mid-90s when she makes her return. So let's move on to the New Japan Retro as I play the next drop. Where are you? There it is. Damn right, Liger. You're not retired, we're just getting started. Basically going through his career again. For this New Japan through the 90s retro recap, we're up to... in the last episode, the very first one, we kicked off 2020 here, we saw basically all the matches available on New Japan World from 1990. We went through all of January of 1990. Now, I've reached the very first Tokyo Dome match. This was February 10th, 1990, at the Dome. It was the big show that they do on, so I wonder when we're going to get to the first one heading into New Year's. But there was a lot of matches here so on this entire show, and I'm basically going to just quickly go over it all, as there's not a whole hell of a lot to say on a per-match basis, but you'll tell when I got a lot to say about something. So, singles match kicks us off. And if a match took place on February 10th and it wasn't available on the New Japan World Archive, I'll let you know. So, Takeuchi Iizuka defeats Osamu Matsuda in an 11-minute match. This is what I could best describe as a Young Lion match in 1990. These two simply beat the shit out of each other with your basic moves. I liked it for what it was. Not much else to say there. Now, this next match, my brief description cannot do it justice. It is a tag team match of Naoki Sano, Pegasus Kid, aka Chris Benoit, defeating the team of Akira Nogami and Jushin Thunder Liger. Almost a 17-minute spectacle of a junior heavyweight match. It was a clinic. It was just so much fun to watch. It holds up to this day so very well. It absolutely blows my mind this took place in 1990. It's like watching the All Japan women in the early to mid 80s outperforming the men, basically. And in this case, these 4 guys, these junior heavyweights, quote unquote, just was simply fantastical. Okay? Watching Liger lock it up with Benoit is just amazing to see, even if Benoit's Pegasus mask is absolutely ridiculous looking. Looks like a chicken head on his face. Lots of suicide dive transitions, so a lot more lucha and high flying than you would expect from 1990. A lot of suplexes as well, including a tiger suplex on Nogami from Sano to win the match. So Sano gets one over yet again on his rival. So just good, simple fun with the perfect amount of time given. So this would be my recommended match to go check out. This was followed by a trios match. It's the Blonde Outlaws, which is the team of Hiro Saito, Norio Honaga, and Tatsutoshi Goto. They defeat Hiroshi Hase, Kentaro Hoshino, and Kuniaki Kobayashi. It goes 13.5 minutes. Now, if you listened to last episode, there was a lot involving the Blonde Outlaws, Hase and Hoshino, and how that all came together. It was a lead-in to this match at the Dome. There's not much to say about the match itself, other than, as a trios match, it was fine, but nothing special, but nothing bad either. So my feelings on it are very mute, right? I would say it's skippable. It's kind of a disappointment. Now, this next singles match was just more fascinating than great. It was Brad Reingans, Rheingans, Reingans, pronouncing it German because I'm sure it's pronounced another way, but that's just the German that I see in front of me. He beat Victor Zangief. And you're like, well, that name sounds familiar. Yes, it is a wrestler based on the Street Fighter character. This was a mat wrestling clinic type match. I thought it was super fun, just as a whole, considering almost every match is different on the card to this point. And this was definitely different and filled with a different wrestling style. Not a whole lot of crowd reaction for this match. I heard a whistle blowing throughout this match, which was weird. It seems like something you'd get in Mexico. But after 6 minutes of straight hard mat wrestling, Brad Reingans wins off a small package bomb, which was actually pretty damn cool. This was followed by Dr. Death Steve Williams defeating Salman Hashimikov. 9 minutes. I would describe this as a Haas thick man shoot fight with some mat wrestling. It's definitely different. After all these stiff shots, Williams hits a simple hard clothesline and wins off a power slam. Fair enough. The AWA World title was on the line in the following match. Masa Saito, another thick boy, he was taking on the AWA champion Larry Zbyszko. Yes, the living legend commentator that we oh so love on Nitro, that doesn't bury any talent. This match was boring. Masa Saito does end up winning. I like Masa Saito. He's got an interesting feel to him. The crowd really loves him. Match goes 14.5 minutes. It was just oh so dull. Just a lot of basic holds, really, with Larry in control half the time. This probably would have been way better in the mindset and setting of like the 70s and at the latest early 80s, but not here in 1990. Okay? It wasn't until about 12 minutes in where Thick Boy Saito started stiff kicking and hitting Larry with, yes, moves for once, and then the crowd finally got into it just because Saito is so very over. Larry counters it all with a low blow, blocking the ref's view for major heat. The crowd just absolutely hated this, so good on the match for turning things around with the crowd when it was all said and done. Saito wins off a suplex, followed with a small package to win, because there was a moment where they exchanged small package pins for a few consecutive moves. Crowd loved this a lot by the end of it. I, on the other hand, just went, oh, thank God it's over. Thank God something happened in that last minute. Now, the next two were not in the archive of New Japan World, unfortunately, and I simply couldn't find them online either, so that's a bummer. That is the Jumbo Tsuruta and Yatsu defeating Kengo Kimura and Osamu Kido. And then the next match was Genichiro Tenryu and Tiger Mask beating George Takano and Riki Chosu by count-out victory. So those two were kind of a bummer. Wasn't able to see. The IWGP Heavyweight title match was not the main event. It was Vader taking on Stan Hansen, in which Vader wins via double countout. I already covered this match on my Wrestler Spotlight of Vader in a past episode. I believe this is also the match where his eye pops out and they brawl to that double countout. So I would say it was awesome. It's worth checking out from my memory. And somehow, yes, your IWGP Heavyweight title match was only third from the top. The next match was Koji Kitao defeating Crusher, not the Crusher, Crusher Bam Bam Bigelow in under 10 minutes. This was supposed to be two sumo wrestlers going at it, and for those that don't know who Koji Kitao was, he was Sumo's 60th Yokozuna, and the only Yokozuna in sumo history not to win a top division title tournament championship. He died just last year in 2019. There you go. So instead of this sumo type match, it was just a weird judo type match mixed in with some punching and standard wrestling moves. I wasn't into it, but the crowd certainly was. This felt like something WWE would do for a WrestleMania match, but since this is Japan at the Dome, New Japan at the Dome, that's the best comparison I can make. They sure do love some Koji. He was a big star, but anyways, he botched a Samoan drop, then he does one successfully, wins off a Hogan leg drop of all things, so I laughed at least at the finish. And then our big main event was a tag team affair of Inoki and Seiji Sakaguchi beating Masahiro Chono and Shinya Hashimoto in 15 minutes, 43 seconds. You can definitely see why Chono and Hashimoto are going to be the top shit stars, but until Inoki goes away and finally stops wrestling, special referee was Lou Thez, by the way. Seiji Sakaguchi looked old as hell, but hey, in this instance, you want to talk about crowd excitement, it's the start of Inoki, right? He just fucking, he presents himself as a star. Everyone in this main event was getting over, but Inoki was definitely next level, right? He just charges at Chono, and that's what starts this hot fire. It's just awesome. Like, during the intros, just doesn't even mess around. And then once some composure is kind of gotten back into the groove, the bell does ring. So besides the big match feel to it, the match itself isn't really anything other than your standard tag team match, right? People heavily react to almost anything Inoki does, especially any limb work that he gets on. That could be a standing, like, chicken wing or whatever it might be. The crowd goes insane because Inoki literally wins, like, all his matches off any of these moves. Arm bars, leg locks, anything, right? He could win off anything, and the crowd reacted as such. Chono and Hashimoto do get a big heat segment as they beat down Sakaguchi for a while, as he is easily the slowest and oldest in this match. And if he was indeed not the oldest, he was definitely moving and looking like it. So despite its simplicity, the way all these guys worked their moves, combined, the very obvious star power was definitely here. This was a good match, but not exciting nor interesting. I hope that makes sense. So after all this back and forth, Inoki hits an enziguri out of nowhere and just pins Chono. Like, Hashimoto just kind of stands. And he's like, did he just get hit with an Enzuigiri? Oh, he's being pinned. Oh, he's pinned. Shit, we lost. It was very strange. The crowd didn't even know what to make of this either. So then it's just off, right? Well, Inoki wins. That's it. Okay, I guess. So it seems for the next New Japan through the 90s, in 1990 here, it'll be going through the summer, basically. Spring, summer, something like that, depending on how much I feel like watching. There's only about 3-4 matches up until, I guess, their next like huge show where they have a lot more in the archive. So yeah, I would say check out the Vader Hansen match, and then the tag match at the top of the show, the Sano Pegasus Kid beating Nogami and Liger. That was a super, super fun match to watch. Definitely one of my favorite matches of 1990. And now, get to the real shit show. Here we go. Trying not to drink booze on this episode. I got tea and water. Alright. Well, if you thought my Royal Rumble rant of just picking it apart, not being a wrestling fan anymore, well, let's just go back to the childhood when I was a hardcore wrestling fan. In this era, anyways. WCW Nitro continues on September 28th, 1998 from Rochester, New York. Okay. So as we started this, it's like, oh, Thunder is on the WWE Network now. Well, do I have it? No, but people can look for it anyways. And it's like, man, I remember the beginning of Thunder. I remember that as a kid. Oh, I've forgotten a lot of the angles, but I gotta watch it. And then Thunder slowly started fading out to, like, you could tell WCW tried to interconnect the storylines from Nitro, but it's a 3-hour show starting in 1998. Plus another 2 hours on Thursday for Thunder. Or was it? Yeah. And then in the summer, which I transitioned into Nitro, Thunder became less and less important and relevant, and you get the idea. So here we go. We're in September. We're getting to the later the end of 98. We're approaching Halloween Havoc, one of their biggest shows of the year, and then we get to Starrcade. And just shit hits the fan, right? Well, we start the show off here with a real 90s video package backstory over Warrior and Hogan hyping the match at Halloween Havoc. Oh boy, everyone. I mean, let's just think back to like 97, The Age in the Cage, Piper Hogan, dear God. We can't forget that WCW is still selling tickets like madness during this time. And they're hyping up Mr. One Warrior Nation, Mr. Batman symbol himself, Warrior against Hogan again still. Now, I've never mentioned this on the podcast before. The year I remember the most of WCW is 1996 and 97. It was my favorite time as a wrestling fan. Besides, I would say like 92 when I really first started watching. But when I couldn't help this. I don't know what clicked for this particular episode of Nitro, but you know what? It was probably ever since War Games, where I'm just like, this fucking show is too damn long, and I swear I've seen the same fucking matches, the same people in the same part of the card, over and over and over again. And the way everything just continues, I really have to look hard for things that I enjoy, right? So, once this little video package is over, and I'm now done with my rant, we get a hot dance from the Nitro Girls, as commentary keeps talking about the OWN Revolution. So, as they're talking up the next big main event of Hulk Hogan still in it, here's some titties for you. There you go. They recapped the Disciple joining the Warrior, and the reforming of the Horsemen not even a year after it collapsed because of Arn Anderson retiring. Then the NWO music totally interrupts Tony Schiavone going through all this. And yes, of course, it's Hogan and Bischoff. Because why would it be anything else? Right? World Champion Goldberg? Maybe the contender DDP? Nah. Pfft. Let's thank Eric Bischoff for giving him all our money. Hogan is making a habit of losing his voice mid-promo as he babbles on about nothing as usual and leads to Hogan referring to himself as Wood as he talks about going to the hood and talks of Sting and Bret Hart and they will fall to the Woods regime. Made no sense and the crowd died. Who knows what the fuck he was talking about? Even commentary had no clue. It's quite something, actually. And finally, after 11 minutes, we get our Nitro opening. Phew. What a journey we've gone on in the first 11 minutes. Did I even talk for 11 minutes over that alone? I talked for 4. Okay. La Parka, the chairman of WCW, is in the opening match. Oh, how I've missed this man. Oh, he's wearing just a glorious sombrero with a white and black Western cowboy suit contraption on. He's versus Super Calo. Calo blasts him in the head during a dance, but La Parka avoids a corner shot, follows up with a left punt to the dick, right in front of the referee. No DQ. Parka is sent face first into the middle buckle. Calo hits a nice... Excuse me? Oh, hello, kitty cat. Calo hits a nice middle rope Hurricane Rana. A running charge misses. La Parka's shoulder hits the post, setting up for a big dive from the top to the floor by Calo, because Super Calo was really adamant about killing himself. Some real good rope walking for Calo shortly thereafter. I don't know how he was able to get up. Some power from La Parka. Ultimately ends with a simple flipping senton from La Parka to win the match. And immediately Super Calo gets up like he was never pinned, just cracks him with chair shots, and he just comes off as a sore loser, and now La Parka is not any more loved than when he came in. So nobody gets over. Mean Gene out to interview Bret Hart about Hogan's challenge. Hart cuts a quick-to-the-point promo accepting the challenge, and he wants to go from the people's zero back to their hero. Just gotta give him a chance. Also note, he isn't selling the knee anymore. So our I guess it's 3 weeks now. Whatever, we'll just say a month. For the sake of who cares, let's just say it's a month of, I know it's multi months now that Bret Hart has fallen out with the NWO because it was dumb of him not being a babyface, not being with the Hart Foundation, whom are fucking signed to WCW. The crowd wanting to love Bret Hart. He's now had his issues with Hogan. They did the split. It happened going into War Games. He got taken out by Hogan and Stevie Ray. That's an entirely different matter of issue I have altogether. But he's getting back in the good graces with the crowd. It's a slow little burn, and now we're getting to the culmination of it all. So keep that in mind. Our next match is the Disciple versus Sick Boy. The man, Sick Freedom Boy, not in the flock. So the story here is under the guide or spell of the warrior. Disciple now no sells moves. He just beats his chest and hypes up like the warrior. And that's all he does. And he just hits the Apocalypse finisher. It's an RKO, basically. It's the jumping diamond cutter. It's like, so this was so bad I laughed. Imagine watching the Fiend Bray Wyatt bang his chest, no sells the offense given to him, and then he just hits his move and wins. Oh wait, that kind of is what happens. So funny. Full recap of the last couple months of Steiner Brothers feuding, then a massively huge cut. Scott Steiner and his veins come out with Buff Bagwell and his hat with his face on the top of the top hat. He's very proud of it. Steiner is in another handicap match And as opposed to killing some cruiserweights, he absolutely destroys Lenny Lane and Scott Dismore, so who cares? I'm up for a beating. He just throws these two losers around and ends up in a double submission Steiner recliner to just defeat them and just full. Who gives a shit about Lenny Lane and Dismore? They're losers anyways. This is a good little handicap match to get Steiner over. And then after the match, he starts holding his back to obviously get out of the match with Rick Steiner. That's going to happen at Havoc. That's what they built up. Yes, it's still going. Yes, I'm super over it. We see how this nonsense is going to play out, and it just keeps playing out. So, they are going to the hospital because of Scott Steiner's back. So, keep that in mind. Warrior comes out. He speaks a whole lot of nothing nonsense about facing Hogan. Bagwell is with Gene to talk about Steiner going to the hospital. He's interrupted midway by the weird cackle laugh again. This is 3-4 weeks in a row now, and commentary's finally talking more about it, acknowledging it, and talking it up like it's, who's doing that? Oh, I guess something will happen soon. We know something's happening soon. What will it be? We don't know. I'm pretty sure it's Vampiro. Pretty sure. But we'll see. Psychosis versus the Cat. 3-time karate champion, you know. This was surprisingly solid, and I actually enjoyed this. The Cat is overly animated, but plays into his goofy character so well. There's a cool little power spot from the Cat where Psychosis spin heel kicks him, but Cat catches him in like a cradle, right? Power slams his ass, and then they exchange some. Psychosis tries some more luchador moves, which the Cat counters with his excellent karate-ness, and he does end up winning off the spinning front kick that looks like it successfully takes off Psychosis' head. I like this match. Alex Rideout cuts the same promo he did last week without calling DDP out. Instead, he calls out the British Bulldog instead. So, you know, die Penna, alles in Schweine, you know, the same deal. And then he goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry, you stupid Americans don't speak German. You only speak English." He said the same thing last week. It's fine. He'll speak German, then he just says that. Chavo Jr. is out to face Disco Inferno, whom commentary now tells us he doctored the papers last week to get his Cruiserweight title match last week. And so Chavo, I guess, is upset he did this to get the title match when he could have had the title match instead. But anyways, these two have a surprisingly solid match, so my pure hatred and visceral memory around the Disco Inferno is slowly going away. It's kind of like Saturn. Like, I don't hate the guy, but I still find him boring and insufferable. But the hate is kind of gone. Buff Bagwell, I've totally turned the corner with Buff Bagwell, because I'm realizing that it's not him and his character I hated. It was the booking 1,000 times over. Like, this Bagwell-Steiner combo is glorious, and it's gloriously terrible at times, which is just amazing. They really make me laugh, and Steiner's a killer, and Bagwell's utterly ridiculous. But it's the whole package, right, that surrounds these guys. So, like, Disco Inferno and Saturn have just boring matches, but they occasionally surprise me. Buff Bagwell and his character make me chuckle, and it's the series of how the total package rolls together that just infuriates me, right? So there's a lot of WWE modern comparisons that you can see through all this. You're just like, oh, don't blame the wrestlers, blame the booking, blame the promotion, blame the guys in charge, blame who's like putting the match together. But no, this is it always culminates in the guy that you're seeing on your screen and watching all the time, right? That is who you channel your anger to, right? You don't watch a movie and the actor's not doing it for you, and you just go, the writing ruined his character. And while that may be true, you still hate the character because the writing's so shitty. I hope this makes sense. But anyways, Chavo and Disco have a surprisingly solid match. Got some fun lucha moves in there. Even a small story around Pepe, of all things. Ends with Disco using Pepe into the throat of Chavo to get a cheat win. Crowd boos. Hoovy immediately comes out to confront the cheater and chases him off. So, nice little simple story. Go fig. Then Gene introduces all 4 horsemen to the ring. And before Flair can really get into any sort of promo, just cuts to the ramp, and here comes Eric Bischoff with Stevie Ray, of all people, and the head of security, Mr. Doug Dillinger. They just walk into the ring as Flair's trying to go mid-promo on his ass. And then Bischoff gets in the ring, looks at him, and Flair goes, "Welcome back, God!" Kind of chuckled at that. Bischoff then has all of security escort them out of the ring and out of the building, and they sort of reference Arn assaulting Bischoff or some shit on Thunder last week, but they don't show anything, and commentary doesn't mention any of it. So they arrest Arn Anderson, and everyone else is kicked out. It got some decent heat from the crowd, it seemed. Bischoff just mentions Ric Flair using his 10-year-old Reed Flair's wrestling match as an excuse to not show up to work. And the crowd doesn't know to make of this, and only because I know the WCW history. All of this just goes right over your head. You're just like, I don't know. All I know is Ric Flair hasn't been on the show in like 8 months, right? He's a coward, etc., etc. And of course, the audience just doesn't know how to react. It's like, unless you were a super insider at the time, meh. It's hyping up Bischoff against Ric Flair. Who could possibly care? Jericho, with his own security again, mocking the Goldberg entrance, cuts a promo on his way to the ring that, for some reason, you just can't hear. Because the camera's not on him, and he's just yelling at the camera, and you can't hear anything. Basically reiterates him 1, Goldberg 0 from last week, is what I took from it. And then Goldberg's music hits. And you're thinking, here comes fake Goldberg again. Jericho's gonna do it again. Which, by the way, when that happened at the pay-per-view, I said that should have happened on Nitro, right? And then they built through the Nitros, the preceding Nitros, to Halloween Havoc, right, of Jericho Goldberg. And it seems to be the direction they're going. And sure as shit, out comes Goldberg with fake Goldberg over his shoulder. Oh, I laughed so hard. This is so funny. Because then as Jericho's all cocky in the ring, he's like, yeah, I'm going to beat up, quote-unquote, Goldberg again. And then he turns around and realizes Goldberg is actually right there. And you just see his face just go, shit! And he pushes his goon security squad right into a Goldberg double spear. The fat fake guy just runs for the hills. Jericho hops out of the ring. He runs up the ramp. Goldberg kills one of the Stooges with a jackhammer and yells to Jericho up the ramp, "You're next!" Oh, this was so much fun and fantastic. Oh, we don't get Jericho Goldberg. We'll get there. We'll get to the not there. But yeah, in this little vacuum, you're just like, oh, this is going to be so great. And this is followed by, which makes sense, DDP out with Gene for an interview regarding the Halloween Havoc match with Goldberg. He hypes up the match, good promo, but nothing really stood out. So you have your story with the, like, seemingly you would assume the next top guys to be moving up. You would think Goldberg would be, in the main event, but hey. Scott Hall with Vincent holding his booze versus Kidman, the Cruiserweight champion. Now, this was very interesting because I was worried about how this match would go due to the past few weeks of what we've seen with Scott Hall, right? Mr. Booze Cruise himself. Mr. Stumbling, Mr. Puking on camera, puking on Bischoff, showing up to work, sloshed. But this was actually surprisingly a lot of fun. Just kind of shows how good Scott Hall is, and when they have a story to tell rather than this just kind of embarrassing, he's a drunk, let's feel sorry for the guy awkwardness. So we're up to 3 matches in a row of fun. Holy shit. So at first it was going to be a squash match, right? And Hall gets more confident. He gets more cocky. Mix that in with him wanting a drink to kind of celebrate his dominance, right? But Vincent wouldn't give it to him this time. He's like, no. Gotta get your 3 count first, buddy. Then you can have your celebratory drink. Sounds like Hangman Page kind of a lot, right? Like, he's not drinking in the match. He's drinking after the match and celebrating, right? So that's when Kidman mounts a comeback, focused on a mix of high-flying moves and later a back and forth with Kidman counters for near falls. This was fun. Hall does win via the outsider's edge in the end, just kills the guy, but I like this. This was actually not bad, and it played into the booze gimmick, I think, in a more tasteful way. British Bulldog versus Alex Wright, based on the challenge from earlier. Bulldog cuts just a basic promo on him, ending with him telling him to put, he says, Putzlecker in German. He says it translates to suck it in English, so making a DX reference, but close enough for slang purposes, I suppose. I would have said Zaugenes or something like that. Match was really nothing. A ref bump, second ref comes out, Wright hits a bridging back suplex, both refs count, both guys get the opposite shoulder up of the ref that's on their side, so they see it, but the other one doesn't, so it's a double pin, double not seen, conflicting ref situation here. Fine, just not exciting considering the guys involved, and probably assuming a lame story is to follow. And just like last week, we get a solo Nitro Girl dance in the 3rd hour. So this is now starting a theme here. And if you've been kind of tracking in your head as I've been going through this, yes, the NWO music has played so much tonight that it's driving you insane. It drove me insane. And Crush, Mr. Bryan Adams himself, versus Kevin Nash of the Wolfpack. What? I don't understand this Bryan Adams obsession on Nitro. Is it just because the other main eventers don't want to work? I don't get it. Anyways, Bryan Adams, as awful as he is, he busts out a dropkick of all things. Now, it looks horrid, but I was like, what the fuck was that? Nash, of all people, goes ass over tea kettle, out of the ring, over the ropes. It was to the floor. I'm like, what was that? What is happening? And then Bryan Adams leaps over the top rope, lands on his feet on the floor. Jesus Christ! And that was the highlight, as the rest was slow and nothing, as Stevie Ray saunters into the ring and hits Nash over the head with the slapjack gimmick. Scott Hall then enters, gets his licks in before the rest of the Wolfpack make the save. I guess this served a purpose for their match at Havoc, but it really just felt like filler to me. It's just Hall and Nash doing... I don't know. It fell flat. So, this is important. They go to commercial break. They come back, and the Wolfpack music hits. And for no goddamn reason, both Luger and Konnan come out again. So remember just a second ago where they just saved Kevin Nash from being beaten down by the NWO? Yeah, that was Luger and Konnan who ran to make the save. Not like Macho Man Randy Savage or anybody who's still out injured. Luger and Konnan do their full entrance like they weren't just in the ring before the commercial. It is just so they can play their music and dance around. Like, they didn't just see their friend get beaten up. It was so hokey to me. It's the only way I could put it. And if that wasn't bad enough, Hugh Morris and Barry fucking Darsow, the Repo Man, are hanging out in the ring already. So they get the jobber entrance, and they weren't in the ring beforehand, but then the commercial plays. What's even the point? How could anyone care about this match? Basically, a glorified squash match. Konnan does all the work, and then Luger tags in to get the rack. Like, that... God! All this infuriated me. I was, like, losing my mind. Alright, finally we can get Bret Hart versus Hulk fucking Hogan. Okay? Main event. Buffer intro and everything. Bret Hart, the master, the best there is, the best there was in the world. Hulk Hogan, Hollywood, black and white, the whole shtick, right? Oh my God. Hogan mat wrestled with Bret Hart. He did the little step over arm into an arm breaker. I'm like, what am I watching? Am I going to suspend my hatred of the Nitro main event that always ends in DQ? I'm actually seeing Bret Hart not only turn babyface, which is something that should have happened a year ago. Well, November of 1997 when he came in, or no, December of 97 when he came into WCW. They've done almost fuck all with him. He joins the end of... He's turning babyface, finally, and in a decent retread of the character, comeback story, against a Hulk Hogan who's actually fucking wrestling? No. Then, with a head of steam, Bret Hart rolls through him, because he's better at wrestling than Hulk Hogan, and he gains control. And that's when Hogan starts to play dirty. He goes after Hart's weakened knee from War Games. Now we're playing into a story. This is good? Excuse me? But I know in the back of my mind, the NWO is just going to run out and DQ this, right? I just can't get excited. And neither does the crowd. Like, it's almost like we were in a haze. We couldn't believe what we were seeing. A wrestling match in the main event of Nitro? No, the NWO is definitely coming out. Okay, we just gotta wait. So, everything that happens from here on out, from this point forward, is the grand example of WCW's fall. Is all the events that are about to take place. Think about the stories that I have said on this night of Nitro. Okay. So the story of Hart's worked knee plays into this perfectly. He's getting destroyed by Hogan. He came in with a weakened state. He tried to hide it from Hogan. Hogan cheats, and he just starts beating on the leg. Totally legal, but he's taking it apart to the point that Hart is in trouble. His career is on the line at this point. He's going to suffer permanent injury unless he just gives up, says commentary. And then Sting comes out to help him, just like Bret Hart did for him, right? Sting was about to get beaten down. They were in War Games together. Bret Hart has been pleading with Sting. He's his best friend. They respect each other. He comes out, and he's going to help save Bret Hart's career. Luger and Konnan out again for the third straight. Like, why did they even bother going to the back? They come out and help escort Hart away from the permanent injury. Hart is on the gurney with doctors helping him. Luger and Konnan are forcing him on there. Hart's pleading him, let me continue on. Don't take me away. I need to prove myself to the fans, basically. Commentary's really putting this over. And they're like, and Sting's like, no, man. I got this. I will do it for you, like you were there for me. That's the story being told, right? Oh. Crowd is starting to go crazy, okay? They're starting to believe. I'm starting to believe. Sting ends up taking his place in the match, and Hogan is like, yeah, bring it on, brother. The new match starts. Hogan then proceeds to beat the shit out of Sting. Sting has no chance against Hulk Hogan. Just fucking destroys the baby face. And a picture-in-picture starts of showing Hart, Luger, and Konnan with the doctors going to the back in an heading to the ambulance as Sting's getting the shit kicked out of it. What a friend. I will take this Hogan beatdown for you. Like, exactly. He's just like, okay, Hogan, I took his place. It's only fair that now I'm on the ground, just like Bret Hart before me. So, then Bret Hart, Luger, and Konnan finally get to the ambulance. Steiner and Buff Bagwell jump out of the ambulance in the full, like, Dr. Scrubs and the hair follicle hat, the shower caps. They bust out with the full gear and beat the shit out of Luger and Conan. I laughed so hard. I'm like, they got us again. This was good. This specific part was good. And Hart is strapped to the gurney. He's helpless. And I'm thinking to myself, well, they don't have to beat up Bret Hart. He's stuck. They can get to him in a second. Okay? So Steiner and Bagwell are beating the fuck out of Luger and Conan. Like, they're ripping their shirts off, they're beating them down. And then Hart is like, let me back in the match. Let me out of this thing. I need to get back to the ring. Because that's all he cared about, was proving himself to the fans, right? Meeting Hogan's challenge and taking it head on. So Steiner unhooks him from the gurney, and Hart quickly limps back to the ring. Just walks away. And Steiner looks at him, running away from the fight, not helping, and I can only assume that him and Bagwell just go, oh, fuck, he's not going to fight us back? He's just going to leave? Cool. Just continue beating up Luger and Conan. So Hart frantically limps back to the ring, right? He ends up coming back, and that's when the Sting comeback happens, right? Oh, played perfectly. It was like meshing together into the story. And just as Sting hits those couple Stinger splashes and gets Hogan in the Scorpion Deathlock, the crowd is absolutely going nuts, thinking, oh my god, what a story and payoff to this night, this Hart face turn. Sting is finally going to get one on Hogan. Hart is clapping him on, fighting back. It's going to cement the friendship. We're going to get like the Uber tag team. Hogan's getting what he deserves. Screech those brakes. But no. Instead, Hart gets in the ring, drops Sting with a DDT. It's a swerve. Because of course it fucking is. Of course it is. All this investment is now shit on for another NWO swerve. Sting gets the boots, and his knee is decimated. Hart and Hogan are howling with laughter like, we got you fuckers, ha 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 ha. Oh, this is just such great heat. We fooled all you fuckers. How could you get invested in anything? And I'm just thinking, yeah, this is why people hated the show and turned to the other channel. This is why people stopped watching WCW. What a great, grand example of it all. And then Luger and Conan, as shit wasn't stupid enough, Luger and Conan run to the ring for a fourth time, this time at least with some clothes ripped, and I guess Scott Steiner and Buff Bagwell just got bored of beating them up for 5 seconds. Fuck off with all of this. 20 years later, and this shit still pisses me off. I still can't believe it. How stupid. I'm gonna have to drink scotch. Oh, this whole main event just ruined everything. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope that was entertaining. This hour retro recap. So anyways, let's do the wrestler rankings as I make my little timestamp here. That was a long recap of the main event, but oh my god, it was so worth seeing the bullshit firsthand. Like, reliving it. Like, and I watch these every 2 weeks. It's not even every week. I'd probably go crazy. Anyways, wrestler rankings. Let's start with the women. 10, Micah from JTO. 9, Chris Statlander. 8, Becky Lynch. 7, Asuka, because she's amazing. 6, Utami Hayashishita. 5, Tam Goddamn Nakano, because she's dangerous on Instagram and Twitter. 4, Arisa Hoshiki, because she kills people now. 3, Momo Watanabe. Remember, she's good at wrestling. 2, Tessa Blanchard. And 1, Mayu Iwatani, our champion. And then the men, 15, Nick Aldis, because obviously he cut the best promo. 14, Hangman Page. 13, Kenny Omega, our new AEW Tag Champions. 12 is Pac. 11 is Okamura, of all people. 10, Satoshi Kojima. You probably will never see these names again for the rest of the year. 9, Masato Yoshino. 8, KZ. 7, Sammy Guevara. 6, Ultimo Guerrero. 5, John Moxley. 4, Stuka Jr. 3, Sammy Callihan. 2, BB Hulk. And 1, Yamato. So some, Dragon Gate names kind of heavy on the list here. Obviously, Stardom names heavy on the other side. It all makes sense over the course of this podcast episode. I look forward to the next 2 weeks. It's a new, heavy New Japan show. Got the big Dragon Gate show on the 7th. Got the next big Stardom show. Maybe that'll come out by the time the next podcast rolls around. I'm not sure about when the next Ice Ribbon show is going to be. But I know for a fact the Indie Wrestling War is going to be on hold. Beyond and Limitless don't have shows into the end of February, early March. So we got some time there. And if you guys got some recommended matches that have taken place in 2020 I haven't covered on the podcast yet, hit me up on Twitter at BowlingJD. Throw them in. I'll try and get them in, and they'll go at the top of the podcast. So this was episode 50 of the Red Leaf WrestleCast. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you next time.